Good morning, everybody. Morning. Welcome to Co-op Congress 2026. It's brilliant to see so many of you here back in Birmingham, and fantastic to be at the Eastside Rooms. We hope you enjoy the next couple of days. I'm just going to do a little bit of quick housekeeping, as always. I love this venue. There is going to be a fire alarm today at 3:45 during the afternoon break. So on this, as long as it's 3:45, you do not need to evacuate. If it's at any other point during the day, please follow the Co-operatives UK team to the muster point outside. Should the alarms go off, the exit is at the main door at the front of the building, and the muster point's at the side of the building. So today, as always, we've got our content team, our photographer Jazz, Birmingham local there, our social media team, we've got Amrit and Hannah, there's Amrit, Sam, and our very own apprentice Hannah. So you've got any issues being included in any photos or video content that will be going out on our socials and website, please let a member of the staff know, or let Amrit or Jazz know as well, and they'll make sure that you're not on any of that. The full programme is online, and you can scan the QR code as well, so it's available digitally. You might have noticed that Co-op Congress isn't the only significant event taking place today. Just over the other side of the Atlantic has also just got underway. So there's lots of football energy going on and some synergy. FIFA is, after all, a member-based organisation. And like at the World Cup and today, the Scottish have made it here, so thank you for joining us. But unlike FIFA's World Cup, we've allowed everyone else in, kept the ticket prices down, and the water on the table is free, so do help yourself. I suspect our governance experts at Co-operatives UK might have one or two recommendations for FIFA after the events coming up. So thankfully, we have done everything we can to keep Congress accessible, affordable, and focused on what matters. Like I say, with this going out live online for those that couldn't make it, and it is available to watch after. But bringing this movement together is what we're all about, sharing ideas, challenging ourselves, and celebrating the difference that cooperatives make. So that leads me neatly onto our sponsor who make all of that possible. Congress simply would not be possible on this scale, broadcasting as well in this venue with this programme without the generous sponsorship and support of the Cooperative Bank. So before we go any further, I want to say a heartfelt thank you and introduce Andrea Melville, the CEO of the Cooperative Bank. Thank you.
Right, good morning everybody. Thank you for having me. It's a real privilege to be here with you today at Congress. So I joined the Cooperative Bank just over a year ago, and it has really been such a fascinating period of time. I've had a huge opportunity to speak to so many colleagues, to so many customers, and to also members of the cooperative sector. And I'm definitely still learning. But what has struck me is this. There is a real quiet confidence within this sector. Not always loud, not always visible, but deeply rooted and incredibly powerful. And more than anything, that for me means that this is really a movement. At the Cooperative Bank, we don't see ourselves separate from that. We see ourselves as part of it. Our history is intertwined with the cooperative movement and with the Cooperative Wholesale Society, through which we were founded over 150 years ago. The movement has fundamentally and undeniably shaped who we are. And that does something important. It doesn't just give us a story, it gives us a standard to live up to. Because being part of this movement has always challenged us to think differently about banking and to act differently too. And for the last 18 months, we've been part of the Coventry Building Society Group, one of the largest financial services mutuals in the country, grounded in the same principles of member value, long-term thinking, and shared success. We talk a lot about difference within financial services, and working part of a broader group has strengthened our ability to serve, combining the scale and resilience of a leading building society with the distinct ethical heritage of the Cooperative Bank. But the test isn't really about what we say internally. It's whether customers experience that difference consistently and in ways that matter to them. Do they notice it? Do they value it? And most importantly, do they trust it? And when I speak to our customers, the answer is yes. They choose us because of what we stand for, and they stay with us because we follow through. They see a bank without shareholders, where profits are reinvested into customers, into services, and into capability. That mutual ownership model matters because it means we exist for members and customers and not for shareholders. And that alignment gives us the freedom to invest in better outcomes over the long term. They see a bank where ethics aren't an overlay, it's not window dressing, it's built in. And that clarity of purpose is something that we've inherited directly from this movement. In fact, it has shaped something even bigger for us. We have a new group purpose, and that is powering good with every pound. And that sort of sounds simple to say, but it carries a real weight because it means every decision has to do more than deliver financial returns. It has to deliver positive impact for the people we serve, the communities we operate in, and the broader economy. And that's not a new idea in this room, but it is something we're really focusing on trying to scale through a modern financial services model. What brings us together in the Coventry Building Society Group is a shared belief that financial services should do more, not just function well, but actively contribute to the lives of the people and the communities in which we serve. And that's why our commitment to the cooperative movement is practical, not just philosophical. Since 2016, we have committed over £3.5 million to support cooperative partnerships with Cooperative UK through the Business Support for Co-ops programme. That support has helped thousands of organisations start and grow, turning ideas into sustainable businesses and strengthening local economies along the way. 2 organisations in the West Midlands who have benefited from this programme are in the room with us today. So firstly, Kings Heath Community Centre in Birmingham, which offers vital community space to local communities from preschool to youth clubs and to food banks. With help from the Business Support for the Cooperative Programme, the centre formed as a community benefit society and is supported through the development of a community share offer, which is raising finance to secure and revitalise the centre through community ownership. And secondly, 5 Senses. It's a creative cooperative supporting the wellbeing and integration of UK Hong Kongers through arts, culture and community connection. Working with local communities, they work to reduce isolation and show that people have more in common than divides us. Through Business Support for Co-ops program, 5 Senses has helped to develop an operating model suited to its purpose, to build networks, strengthen reputation and establish themselves as a credible community-led organisation. For us, the Business Support Program is a clear expression of our role to enable cooperation, not just advocate for it. And we can all look forward to hearing from both of those organisations later in today's program. Looking ahead, there is a real opportunity here. The government's ambition to double the size of the cooperative and mutual sector is significant. But achieving this ambition will require an infrastructure investment, and that includes finance. Because cooperatives need banking partners who understand their model, who share their long-term outlook, and who are designed to support sustainable growth, not short-term extraction. That's why banking cooperatives and mutual institutions remain so important, and that's why we're here today and proud to support Congress. At the same time, we are very focused on the future. Customer expectations are changing quickly, so we are investing in how we show up and how we serve. Building a bank that is digital first, but human always, using technology to simplify, reduce friction, and increase access, but making sure that we never lose the human judgment and support that people rely on, especially in moments that matter. Because ultimately, what we're helping people to do hasn't changed. It's about managing money, building security, and planning for the future. What's changing is how we enable it and how well we do it. And that thinking extends into the products we offer. Whether it's our Charities and Communities account, designed for organisations making a difference locally, or our Customer Donation Fund, which provides direct support to causes that matter, including cooperatives. These are practical ways we can ensure that finance actively contributes to stronger communities. I also want to briefly acknowledge heritage, because it matters. The cooperative movement and the bank's place within it has a long and important history. But for us, that history isn't something we preserve for its own sake. It's something we apply. We take the principles of fairness, share valued, and long-term thinking, and we use them to guide how we operate in a modern context. And in doing that, we make sure the movement remains relevant and impactful today. There's no question that this is a challenging environment for customers, for communities, and for organisations. But it is also a moment of opportunity, because the characteristics that people are looking for, trust, transparency, and fairness, are exactly the ones this sector is built on, and that gives us something strong to build from. So I'll finish with this. The cooperative movement has never stood still. It has adapted, evolved, and grown while staying true to its core principles. And our job now is to continue that, to take those principles, to apply them into today's world, and to ensure they really deliver impact at scale. As a combined group, we have a real opportunity and a responsibility to demonstrate how mutual and cooperative models can deliver at scale in today's economies. And at the Cooperative Bank, we're really proud to play our part in that, and we look forward to continuing to work alongside all of you as we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Andrea. And I just wanted to make a comment about that business support piece, because there has been no national business support from the government for cooperatives for a long time. And it's down to the Cooperative Bank's investment in the last 10 years into those networks for business support. We do have the Economic Secretary coming later, and we've got members of the Department for Business with us over the weekend. But it's really key that we have this specialist business support. So just a huge thanks for the difference that you've made in that. It's been absolutely fantastic. So it is wonderful to be here in Birmingham, the second city after Manchester, obviously. And I'm delighted now to introduce to the stage the former Chief Executive of Manchester Council, but now the Managing Director of Birmingham City Council, Joanne Roney.
Well, we're not going to start by falling out, are we, Rose Marley? Second city, no argument on that one. I'm really, really delighted to be here and to open this Congress here in Birmingham. This is a city that has a long history of leading, actually, social reform, bringing people together and wanting to change our communities for the better. Birmingham has always been a great city, And during the Industrial Revolution was actually at the heart of kind of massive change, industry change, growth in the city. And with that, brought those challenges for working people. Now, it is the challenges that started to bring this movement together, the cooperative movement together. And Birmingham has always played an important role in the UK of working in support of the cooperative. And we had a couple of examples mentioned earlier, and there's more happening in the city jointly between us, and I think that's fantastic. During the 19th and the 20th centuries, the city really started to build its social movement. And I was reflecting last night on the fact that Birmingham was once described as the best led local authority on earth. We're aiming to get back to that. We have a few challenges, but we're on our way. But it is that sense of civic pride and civic duty that is actually what binds us together in this city, despite the challenges we face. And that is entirely aligned with everything that is in the spirit of the cooperative movement and is in the spirit of this city. We are all committed to working together and to find a better way to make a difference to the lives of the people who live in this city. When I say these things, when I stand here, I always reflect on the fact that as a chief executive and managing director, you can appear as if you're reading from a script rather than a personal ambition and a passion. And I was just introducing myself to colleagues on the table, and I thought I'd just share with you that these aren't just words, empty words. These are personally held values and beliefs of a number of us in leadership within the city. Myself personally, as Rose just said, was actually, prior to coming to Birmingham, I was the chief executive of that small village up north called Manchester. But I was having a very successful time in a very successful city. But I owe my life to Birmingham City Council. It was the council that took me as a 16-year-old apprentice from Shard End and gave me the career that I've had and the opportunities that I had. It is the civic infrastructure of this city that supports my family through their most difficult times. So whilst I was having a wonderful time in Manchester, and I think Manchester is a fantastic city before I'm misquoted, I felt it was my personal duty to return to my city that gave me so much and to see what I could do to add to its improvement journey and bring it back to being the city that we should all feel proud of. And I think, therefore, that what the cooperative movement stands for has to be lived and owned and believed by civic leaders, and I wanted to bring that here, which is why I'm so pleased to open it. I'm also really pleased to do the next thing that I'm challenged to do, which is to introduce your next speaker. During my time in Manchester, 3 weeks into post, the arena bomb occurred. That incident occurred. I will pay tribute to Rose Marley at this point. 3 weeks new into job, Rose reached out. We clearly were dealing with a phenomenally difficult, extraordinary, appalling incident, and we were clear that we needed to show that this city was united in its response, and who better to lead us in that space than partners in this room. What you may not recall is that we were in the middle of a general election, so we were organising a vigil to bring people together because Manchester and wider wanted to come together and show its solidarity as a city. I had what's called a career-defining moment when I had to tell the leader of the council that he couldn't speak at the vigil because we were in a pre-election period. I had to tell the Prime Minister that they couldn't speak as we were in. So who could speak for Manchester with the eyes of the world on us to show how committed we were as a city to not be divided in the most difficult of circumstances and to show unity, civic coming together, civic pride and support for one another? Who could do it? There was only one person that we thought who could do it, and that is the person that I will introduce now. You will have seen him globally stand there and deliver a poem that talked about the place in Manchester and had a defining moment that set the tone for how the city would respond and come together that defined Manchester in a way that I don't think anybody else could have done. So I was also very pleased not just to welcome you all to my amazing city, and I hope you have a fantastic time here and get the spirit of Birmingham in your hearts as you leave, and maybe also put on social media that it's not as bad as everybody might think it is, which I'd be very grateful for. But I also wanted to very personally introduce you to the outstanding Tony Walsh. Thank you. Have a great conference.
Good morning, Congress. Are we well? I was really quite composed over there till Joanne started. I'm having a bit of a moment here. It's great to be here in Birmingham. After much debate in Manchester about where Britain's second city is, we have decided it's London. So that's the end of that one. Thank you, Joanne, for that wonderful introduction, and to Rose for the invitation today. I'm really glad to be here. I'm a poet myself, as you've heard. It's great that you're inviting a little piece of culture along to your wonderful congress here. That must make you some pretty serious culture vultures, would I be right? Yeah, I appreciate it. I know it's hard to be a culture vulture and a counter-culture vulture culture, but if we counter the counter-culture culture, we can culture more culture vultures altogether. Now it's hard to be... Well, thank you. That doesn't normally happen, that's good. I hope you've had a better start to your day than I have. I was enjoying my yoghurt this morning and I realised it tasted quite strange. I put ketchup in my yoghurt. I don't recommend that as a new co-op range. But it's really great to be here. I have a poem to share with you. A poem I wrote a number of years ago, hoping that it could be something of a rallying cry, a battle hymn for the cooperative movement. Let me give you a little bit of the background story to that. In about 2018, 2019, I was invited to perform at something called Rochdale Festival of Literature and Ideas. And I was booked to perform in a huge, almost a cathedral of a church called the Church of the Baum, B-A-U-M. And they asked me would I write something? They commissioned me to write something about Rochdale specifically. And I said yes, and I was looking for my angle. And I realised that the church was right next to Toad Lane, right next to the museum, right next to where this global cooperative movement was founded. And I thought, of course, that's my angle. When you drive into Rochdale off the motorway, if you've ever done that, there's a bridge over the road, and there's a great 50, 60-foot long banner thing that says, "Welcome to Rochdale, the birthplace of cooperation." What a great and grand claim for a borough to make. Just next door is Oldham, and when you enter Oldham, it says, "Welcome to Oldham, the home of the tubular bandage." And these things are important. There's a bit of a Springfield Shelbyville thing going on there, but these things are important. So I decided to write about the Rochdale pioneers in, of course, the place where the whole global movement was founded. And I was aided in that, motivated in that I worked for the co-op myself when I was 13. I lied about my age, said I was 14, and worked in a co-op retail store in Denton in Greater Manchester, where I'm from. And that's so near to Rochdale, about 5 or 6 miles, that it was in the Norwest Pioneers group. So I gained an understanding of it from there, and of course in the Northwest, and particularly in those times, the footprint of the co-op was huge all around the buildings, and people talked of the divvy. Older people said the co-op. There was a lot of talk of the co-op. So I was really happy to write about that. I shared the poem at my performance. It was well received, and people there from the cooperative movement wanted to do bits and pieces with it. But I was keen to keep my powder dry on it and to properly place it within the movement in the hope that, as I say, it could be something of a rallying cry. And that's what today is. I've been talking to Rose, and we've made a video of the poem, which you'll see after today. A line from the poem is the strap line for the conference, Cooperate and We Can Change the World. And after this co-op fortnight, if you want to use the poem, if you want to book me to perform it, if you want to license it in some way, then let's talk and let's try and embed this thing and do the task that it's written to do. I'm going to share it in a moment. In this scary world, it talks about those co-op principles that we've heard about of equality and equity, and justice and fairness, education, support, trust, self-help, cooperation, and that word love, used unashamedly at the end of my poem in Manchester when, off the cuff, I said choose love, and in many ways they were the most important words I said, unscripted. And, in these dark times, that's a real principle that we need to be using to guide us. And this poem starts in many ways with a love story, perhaps two love stories. It starts with love in a community sense of the founders and those founding principles. We've got a rich language, haven't we? Perhaps the richest in the world, but it lacks enough words for love. Many cultures have words for different types of love. And it came from a community love, a communal love, a civic love. But it also starts with a romantic love story. In 1954, a couple called Annie and Frank Maskew, M-A-S-K-E-W, met in Rochdale Library and bonded over a love of literature and philosophy and high ideas and high ideals. And Frank died first, and Annie lived on until 2006. I don't think did they have children? I'm not quite sure. But they left a considerable legacy to the borough of Rochdale for the long-term promotion of high ideas and high ideals, literature and philosophy. And the council had a debate on how to use that money. And there's an incredible 50-year legacy, £1,000 a year to top up a high-end literature collection for the people of Rochdale, and a considerable sum for a festival each year promoting literature and philosophy. And what a great thing to leave as your legacy. I'm going to share the poem in a moment. It's called This Beautiful Idea. At the end, I don't want you to clap for me. I want you to raise the roof and set the tone for the rest of this Congress and for the rest of this year going forward. I want you to clap loud and long for the founders of this glorious movement. I want you to clap loud and long for the founding principles. I want you to raise the roof so the team back at base hear you. I want you to send a message to this global movement from these cities where this thing was founded. I want you to raise the roof for Annie and Frank Maskew and their love story, and I want you to raise the roof for love itself. Let's have a little bit of practice. Show me what you got, Congress. That was about a 4, guys. Let's see if we can get to a 10 when I finish my poem. The poem is called This Beautiful Idea. From poverty and drudgery they came. They rose as one with skills to match ideals, ignited by a visionary flame, to trade in change and sell a brand new deal. Weave equity, democracy and fight for training so that folk may help themselves. Show unity, community has might with goodness, fairness, hope placed on the shelves. With honesty, equality for all, stood principle. These principles unfurled till hundreds, thousands, millions heard their call. Cooperate, and we can change the world. And now, 1 billion members standing tall, across the globe, united, how we've grown. We're national, international, one and all. Our ownership lifts up our own. In times that test our strength, to show we care. 2 letters here know better, spelling Co-operatives, communities that share, communicate compassion, co-op show. This simple, noble, beautiful idea. Your neighbour is your comrade, is your friend. For this, we toast the Rochdale pioneers with love, perhaps their greatest dividend. Thank you. Let's hear it for those guys. 150 years of cooperation, a global movement, everybody back at base, the founding fathers, the founding people, the founding communities, this global movement, this beautiful idea. Thank you, Congress. Have a wonderful couple of days and best of luck to you. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Tony. What an amazing way to start Congress. That poem captures so much of what this movement is about. And that line, cooperate and we can change the world, that's not just a tribute to our past, that's a challenge to all of us in this room today. The Rochdale pioneers do not simply have a beautiful idea. They built it, they organised it, they shared ownership, they created power where people had been denied. And that is why this movement at this time still matters so profoundly now. When people are asking for who the economy is really for, cooperatives have the answer. At a time when communities are asking how they take back control, cooperatives have the answer. And at a time when people need fairness, voice, security, hope and practical solidarity, cooperatives have the answer. It's in the businesses you run, the members you serve, the jobs you create and the services you protect, the communities you strengthen and the choices you make every day to do business differently. So please, let's carry the spirit of Tony's poem into the rest of Congress and indeed into Co-op Fortnight, where we will aim to change the world and really amplify our message. So before we get into the next session, and if you are staying here in this room, you are in for a very special session. We have the power. We'll be talking about how cooperatives are already changing the world. And that will be with Tony Walsh, Julie Hesmondale, Martina Murphy and Lisa Trickett. So if you need to go, or if you're going to any of the other sessions on the first floor, we've got a breakout session with one of our policy team on influencing Cooperative UK's policy agenda, another on increasing the visibility of cooperation in sport and leisure. So wherever you're heading to next, like I say, please go with that beautiful idea ringing in your ears. Thank you. So I'm just going to give a few people time to leave the room now. While I'm doing that, I'll say we're having a bit of a test at Cooperatives UK. We don't normally provide merchandise at the event, but we are going to be selling posters of this cooperative idea. They're available at registrations. Okay. Oh. Right, okay, can we get you all settled back down now to start this next session? Oh. Right, okay, we're going to make a start with this next session, so you can take your seats, please. So we're going to talk about, let me find it, where we're up to. So I've got an excellent panel for our opening panel here. And I just wanted to I'll introduce the panel members shortly, but I just wanted to introduce this session by telling you about something that couldn't be done. So as Joanne touched on, it was in Manchester in 2018, actually, coming up to a year after the Manchester Arena bombing. Now, those of you that know me do know I've had somewhat of an interesting career path to arrive at this podium today. And at the time, as well as running a social enterprise, Sharp Futures, I was managing recording artists and whole host of talent, including the incredibly talented Tony Walsh himself. Now, as Joanne talked about the visual, Tony's words were really, really important. A poem called This Is the Place that ended up worldwide viral. And it was Tony's words that brought people together in that moment of solidarity, stood alongside the city leaders, including our newly appointed Mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham, who would like to be with us today, but he's a little bit busy. But I'm sure he'll be here next year. And the leader of what was the time, Manchester Council as well. But a year later, as it was building up to the anniversary, again, people were looking like for what to do and how to react. And I knew it'd be a particularly hard day for Tony, because over that year, Tony had got to know a lot of the 22 families, and many, many people were ringing and looking for Tony to be with them on that day. And being honest, I was worried about Tony as his manager. So I said, look, let's do whatever the official thing is, and then we can politely, do the one thing and, grieve for the rest of the day. So I rang Manchester Arena and said, what's the official plan for the anniversary? And they said, well, we want to close actually for the day because we'll be grieving. So I rang Manchester Council and said, what's the official plan for the day? It was Joanne actually. And she said, we don't know. We don't know what to do. We'd had this incredible moment where all music artists had come together not long after the arena attack, and music had become such an important part of the way that the city reacted. And I'd just been to Young Voices at the arena where young people get together and sing. So I was just saying, can't we just sing? Shouldn't we just sing? Shouldn't we just all sing together like the whole of Greater Manchester? Let's just sing. And at the time I rang the leader of Manchester Council, Richard Leeson, and I said, right, I've got an idea. What we'll do is we'll just sing everybody. And he's like, everybody? And I was like, yeah, everybody in Greater Manchester, let's just sing together. And he said, Rose, it can't be done. How on earth are you going to get everyone to sing together? So I rang BBC Radio and said, will you broadcast live on the station, because it's the one station that everyone in Greater Manchester's got access to. If we put something on where we sing, can we all sing together? And they said, yeah, absolutely. So I rang the council again and said, right, we can sing together. It's going to go out on the radio. It's going to go out live. But we need to bring everybody together, with choirs, for example. And they said, Rose, it cannot be done. We've got no budget. You're 6 weeks out. It's a really, really busy time. It cannot be done. And I said, well, can I just make a few calls and we'll see whether it can be done. So then I rang the events team at Manchester Council, who were brilliant, and we're like, yeah, come on, we'll work it out. So we said, right, okay, we've got it, so we can, because the other thing is you couldn't have sponsors, obviously it was inappropriate, so we were kind of like borrowing and stealing to put everything together. So we worked out, right, we could have staging, we could have Harry Centre, we could do this at Albert Square, but we need some choirs. Again, 6 weeks notice, rehearsals, time, it cannot be done. So that day I was at my daughter's stagecoach lessons, and the singing director, Dan McDwyer, just knew me as Jess's mum. And I was like chasing him through the car park, and he's called Dan. It makes me laugh because, you know, that Steve Coogan moment. I was going, Dan, you know, across the... And I said, Dan, because he'd done this amazing piece that had gone viral with Parswood School. And I was saying, we need to get loads of choirs to get together. By this time, it's 5 weeks. We all need to sing together. We need some... And he was like, I'm in, I'll do it. So then we put out one call to Greater Manchester and said, if you want to come and sing, just fill in this form. The next day, I had to ring the press office and say, do not advertise it again. We had 80 choirs straight away within one day. And again, I had to go and present to Richard Leese about it. This cannot be done, Rose. And he was believing me by then, and we were starting to bring it together. And he said, right, you've got 80 choirs. So I said, well, we've based it on the principle that if anybody said they want to sing, they should just be allowed to sing, and they should be able to come to the square and sing, because it's about people coming together. And he said, absolutely right, that's correct. How many are in the choir? 4,200. So then we went on, you know, you cannot get Noel Gallagher and Guy Garvey and take that to announce. It cannot be done, obviously, that's what we did. The best call I think I had was the day before. We had this glitch because it's radio. There was about a kind of 2-minute glitch because it had to go live at exactly the same time. When we timed all the songs, we realised there was this moment, so we just needed to fill it, and we decided to fill it with All You Need Is Love. And at the point where I rang Manchester Events Council and we said, right, we need a trombone player, a trumpet player, and a cornet player who are not scared of heights, because we were going to put them on the top of the Albert Square schedule. And he said, this is the day before, he said, I'm not even going to say it, Rose, you're just going to do this, aren't you? And you know what? It could be done. We might have some pictures available of that day, but we had 10,000 people in Albert Square. We had everybody singing across Greater Manchester, and we all absolutely came together in a really, really important moment. But even on the day, as I said, we didn't have any volunteers. Suddenly we found lots of volunteers. I remember, fortunately, the Manchester weather didn't show up that day, so it was lovely and sunny. But even things like, you know, we were saying, like, well, where are all the choirs going to meet together and how they're going to rehearse? And we were just kind of pulling people together out of everywhere. And we were ringing hotels and going, can you just look after a choir for us? And then said, do they want feeding? It was amazing. It was just so amazing to see. When you ask people to come together, they do. It can be done. No matter what people tell you, it can be done. And as Tony's words that day resounded, Tony said, this is what love sounds like. And as those words resonated throughout Greater Manchester, we proved that we do have the power to love and not hate. The whole city region, and by this time every single TV channel across the UK and beyond, we do have the power, is at the heart of this first conversation. And boy, do we need to bring people together at the moment. This is what the cooperative movement does. We're member-based. We bring people together. A cooperative is nothing without its members. You know, and at times when, you know, this week Belfast, last week Southampton, communities are threatened, institutions are failing, change feels impossible. It can be done. People coming together can still change the course of events. We've seen that in campaigns for justice, we've seen that in community ownership, we've seen that in people refusing to give up on the places and the institutions that they love. We have the power is at the heart of this very first conversation. And not just Tony, I've got people with me on this panel who have put collective action into practice, from saving cultural institutions to reclaiming community assets, creating new forms of ownership through cooperation. I am delighted to have with me Tony Walsh, Martina Murphy, Julie Hesmondale and Lisa Trickett, because we have the power. Right, okay, so much to talk about. And we're going to go to questions at the end, at the last 15 minutes, so start thinking about your questions. I'll just remind you all, if you don't ask questions, I start asking you, so just remember that. But I'm going to start with yourself, Tony, because, you know, not just that moment, but the this is the place moment, the power of words, the power of storytelling, you know, what you've done for us with Co-op Fortnight. And we talked last year about how we need to be better at the power of storytelling. So just tell us a little bit about those moments for you. When did you realise the power of bringing people together?
I'd just like to step back a little bit before I can. Before we talk about our response, we need to just take a moment. It's important for me to just remember what we were responding to. And 22 people were killed that day. They went to a beautiful concert, many of them their first concert, and they didn't come home. People as young as 8. And I've met many of the families. There's many people who were severely injured and mentally traumatised for a long time to come, and many people deeply affected. So it's always important for me to make sure that I don't forget that. When did I realise the power of words? I've got poems in the house that I wrote when I was 5 and 6. I'm a council house kid, a working class kid. I owe my life and my life chances to these values. I had rheumatic fever when I was a toddler, and my life was saved by penicillin, which was only then 20 years old in the NHS. We got social housing from there. I got a grant to go to college and so on. So I owe my life and my life chances to these values. I've got poems that I wrote in the house when I was 5 and 6. I did that into my teens. Rock star ambitions that were shelved. And then I was 39 before I shared a poem in public. And that was a confidence thing. That was a shyness thing. But at the age of 39, I found that my words had value, had resonance, and it changed my life. And here we are. Just waiting for Rose there to get wired up. So I realised at an early age the power of words, and then the education system didn't see this in me. I didn't study English at A-level. I'm in the A-level syllabus now, but they didn't see it in me. And it was music for me. I was 12, 13 when punk hit, and my poets were Joe Strummer and Paul Weller and Ian Jory and who have you, and John Cooper Clarke, of course. And the power of words came to me through music.
And so how do we connect that to better storytelling? Because the other point you made is not only did you work at a co-op store, you've been a trade union member all your life, you've worked in communities. Like, how do we bring people together in these times? And what experience have you seen of that really working?
Yeah, I spent 4 years working on a post office counter until I was tied up at gunpoint in inner city Manchester. Then I was a housing officer in the inner city, rose through management into inner city regeneration in the late 90s, early 2000s, through to I was possibly the country's first social exclusion manager in the days when that was a brand new phrase, such that people thought I was there to exclude them from the social. So we had to quickly flip that one to social inclusion, and inventing the phrase in the process, I think. And then I was a neighbourhood manager in Salford. In Salford's leading community committee model of devolved budgets and devolved decision making. Storytelling is hugely important, isn't it? Miles asked me this for the magazine. Any principal with ideas to sell turns to artists, doesn't it? Whether that's the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel or all of our religious traditions or people trying to sell something, we look to artists to tell that story, whether it's visually or in words. And we use the word culture a lot in two meanings, but there's a third. We use it in the sense of culture as in, opera or hip-hop or whatever form of culture it is. We use it in the sense of a group and the ties that bind us, so the cooperative culture or the Muslim culture or the English culture or what have you. But there's a third sense that we don't often think of, and that's in a growth sense, in a nurture sense. If you go back to your school days and Petri dishes, that was a culture. To culture something is to grow it. So there's a third sense of culture around growth, And I heard the word movement today. This is a movement. It's about making progress. So if you need to inspire people to move, to make progress, then culture and the growth and the community of it is a really important way.
So that's why I'm delighted to have Julie with us today, because again, a really powerful moment in our recent history when an injustice has been done, and it took the storytelling of you and your colleagues, and of course talking about the post office. So what what made you get involved in that particular drama? I'm sure it doesn't need any introduction, Mr. Bates and the post office, but it changed the course of what then happened. So just tell me a little bit about how you got involved, and then when, again, you realised that the power that you as artists had to change things.
Well, I don't think that stories having the power to change things was any surprise to any of us who've been banging on about that for years and years. You know, as Tony says, you know, telling stories has been part of the way we live and flourish as individuals, families, communities, forever. What we didn't anticipate when we made Mr. Bates versus the Post Office was the reach of it, because people don't watch television in that way anymore. Unfortunately, there are very few water cooler moments around television. We're all in our separate rooms watching different things on different screens. So we were all very proud to be part of it. Everybody did it on a budget, because there was, when you make television now, it has to have international sales to make any money. Everything is about profit. You know, we can go into that till the cows come home. It's, you know, capitalism just being the driving force of everything, and culture and art having to be part of that conversation has, you know, been a very, very difficult thing. But when the series was aired, it took a couple of days before the momentum really picked up, and it was a real shock how quickly it happened. Because it was just an ITV drama, it told a story really simply, but actually it caught a moment, it caught a movement. What happened was, after years and years of really incredible investigative journalism from Computer Weekly, from one journalist in particular, Nick Knowles, who'd done Panorama about it. There'd been so much going on in the investigative journalism world about it, but people knew little bits. And actually, it took 3 hours of actually watching the human beings suffer in real time for people to understand what had happened to the post office workers. And I'm sure everybody here knows that the plight of the sub-postmasters. And during the whole thing, it was extraordinary. You know, the public inquiry was televised, which it would never have been if it hadn't been for the drama, and people really got behind it in a huge way. Campaigns, petitions. I was on every radio programme going, why is it taking an ITV drama to get people to notice this story? And it was really simple for me. You know, you watch Monica Dolan sitting with her receipts on hold to the helpline going, this doesn't make any sense, I haven't stolen money, my accounts aren't adding up, and we can all put ourselves in that position. James Graham, the fantastic State of the Nation writer, calls the television an empathy box. It's where we often see and witness stories for the first time that you know, from communities and from experiences that aren't our own and aren't in our world. And, you know, soaps have always done that incredibly as well.
So do you think that that empathy point is, as well as obviously the travesty that had taken place, but do you think that's what it was tapping into, people feeling things aren't fair and things aren't right?
Well, empathy, but also outrage, you know, which is really important. And I think it's important to say, and this is not a conversation that was ever had in the entire time that this was a national conversation, that had the sub-postmasters had a proper trade union rather than this quasi-union that was the federation that was owned by the bosses, basically, this would never have happened. All these individual people, because obviously it was before social media and any kind of connection in that way, all those individual people suffering would have gone to the union and said, this isn't right. This computer system you've put in here is a bag of shit. It's not working. I'm being charged for these things. It's just absolute. And the union would have sorted it out. And that conversation was missing. And I think that that's a really important missing point in the post office story. That had been a proper union, none of this would have happened. All this heartbreak, all this injustice wouldn't have happened. And that is the power of trade unions. And that is at the core of people standing together as well. And our culture at the moment, as well as decrying the arts constantly as soft subjects, not important, not for the likes of us, is also, and has been for many, many years, trying to take away the power of the unions.
So that's really important. And for those of you that were with us last year, we had Grace Blakely speaking about toxic individualism and how it's a strategic plan for us not to come together. But you've been very active in bringing people together in other areas. We're going to talk to Martina shortly, but let's just hear a little bit about Oldham Coliseum and again the power of bringing people together to change things.
One of the proudest moments of my life, actually. Oldham is a struggling post-industrial northern town with its own producing house theatre. Incredible. You know, there's so few. It is a theatre that has such a sense of ownership from the community that use it and love it. Over the years, that has, dissipated a lot partly because of the way that we think about art and culture now. And the Arts Council stopped the funding for the Coliseum, and the council decided to close the Fairbottom Street Theatre, which has got a rich history going back to Charlie Chaplin. And the people of Oldham said no. And these people are up against a lot. Cost of living, there is a lot of hardship in Oldham. There is a lot going on to fight about, but the people decided to really, really campaign to save that theatre. And not just the building, but the theatre as a producing house that makes work of and about and for the people of Oldham. And myself and my husband, the writer Ian Kershaw, who's from Oldham, joined that campaign. We were very much we just joined it, and it escalated and grew. Many, many artists from all over the country joined the campaign. And in this incredible moment that was quite extraordinary, we won. And we were just like, we just realised that we're so used to fighting, but not very used to winning. So this amazing moment when all the cultural leaders, Martina was there as well, we sat in this room, and the leader of the council said, yeah, all right. Yeah, all right, yeah, we'll rebuild it, and we'll save it. And it was just an incredible thing and a moment for celebration. And then, of course, Martina stepped in, and I'll let her tell this story, but has had to rebuild the whole organisation from scratch. So that was only really the beginning of this journey. But yeah, it was a real moment of collective action that came from love and civic pride, actually.
And what I really love, my mum lives in Oldham. What I really, really love about that whole story is the thing that people were most passionate about was the pantomime, the annual pantomime as well. Again, a moment of kind of bringing people together. But Martine, so you see, the trouble is with people is that they mess it and they've got ideas and they've got views and they don't always match. How on earth you had council stakeholders, artists, no offence guys, but you're quite hard work, artists, performers, the public, the school, everybody. The council goes, all right then, you do it. Hello?
Well, yeah, that was a fun bit, wasn't it? And it's always, we call it the quiet labour, the quiet work that goes unseen, that's not on the stage. But for us, it was basically looking at this going, it's a people's theatre. So what does that really mean? So that was basically the start of everything. So the start of how do we rebuild a team? How do we rebuild culture? What is culture? And the arts is famously for being quite hierarchical, being quite maybe ego-driven at times. And we but we were going, okay, let's start looking at people power in its true sense, and people. So how we do our team. So our team is circles. There's no pyramids. There's no hierarchy. It's circles. It's a people theatre. So how do we do that? So we looked at what the assets the theatre has. We looked at the things around the theatre, in the back of the theatre. So we're looking at putting the back of house on the high street. So when I told Rose this, she was like, sorry, what? So it's we're looking at putting the wardrobe on the high street. We're looking at putting the scenery department. And why is this important? It's important because if you can't see it, you can't be it. It's that simple. And Oldham doesn't have a talent problem. It has a retention problem. So when we look at, like, we started to talk to Rose about cooperatives, and when that became really important, it was like, hold on, what does a circular economy look like? What does a creative economy look like? And then the co-op, like, when you talked about the tubular bandage, we were whooping because it literally was like, you've got Rochdale, this really nice navy bridge, and we were like, tubular bandage, you were like, dudes, you're doing better over there. But we're literally, so that's what we're going to do. The heart is the producing house, and then around it is going to be a cooperative. And we're going to, basically, what does that look like for ownership, for artists, for audiences, for the team to come together and actually be a true people's theatre?
Well, so you're just starting that journey, and lots of complexities along the way. And while you're on your lunch, there's people in this room that have been on similar journeys that'll be able to help you. It's really interesting. Like I say, we've got government representatives here, and the government themselves, like, understanding. You know, they've got this kind of in the manifesto to double the size of the movement. But I don't think they realised what they were taking on. To the point where, you know, we're doing a lot of work with those departments, like explaining what a co-op is, what a mutual is. And I always start by saying, like, there's 7,000 cooperatives in the UK. Not one of them has got the same rule book as any other. You know, it's unique, it's different, it's complex. So excited about that journey. But you've actually done it, Lisa. You're on the other side of that governance piece, bringing that together. So tell us a little bit about Kings Heath Community Centre, how it came about, and the challenges that you've had. Because I think we always say this at Congress, this isn't just about patting ourselves on the back. It's really hard what we do. We need to face into some of those things. So talk to us about Kings Heath.
Okay, so if I start, Kings Heath is a really, it's quite a creative place, but it equally mirrors Birmingham in terms of its socio-economic profile. So we have some very affluent, creative, trendy people. We equally have really marginalised communities. Many years ago, the council, in its wisdom, wanted to build a bypass through Kings Heath, and the great and the good came together. David Edgar, the playwright, his partner, Eve Brooke, they all came together to fight the bypass and then to establish, on the back of the fact the bypass didn't go through, a community centre run by the community for the community. And back in the 80s, there was the birth of Kings Heath Community Centre. Over the years, the council took it over, put it back into council ownership. I think it maybe got a little bit too social at one point. And what you basically saw is, as the cuts came through, what was a connecting community space for creative endeavour just became a room hire business for the council. And 400 metres squared of beautiful space, doubled when you took the external area, which included an edible garden, just became not used. 15% utilisation at the point that the council started to offer it up. The council's first response was to put it out to tender and to invite organisations to bid for it. At the time, I was the local councillor, and I'd been working with the climate strikers previously in Birmingham. We had the largest number of climate strikers in Kings Heath. And one of the things we wanted to do was engage those young people because they'd been so fabulous at organising. So we put, just before COVID, a Festival for the Future on in Kings Heath Community Centre to show what that centre could be. And we had bands playing, we had young people debating in the main halls and taking over the cooking. And it became a really energetic centre for the day. The council clearly didn't see the value in that and continued to behave post-COVID as if it was offering a good facility until it put it out to tender because of the cuts and the process. We looked at it and no organisation existed. They were putting it out to established organisations, but not one of those organisations had spoken to the community. I was a fairly visible local councillor, no bugger had bothered to speak to me. And so we started to talk. We talked to Joe Lycett, we talked to our businesses through the Business Improvement District. We talked to our street cleaners. We talked to our before and after school club that was actually there and actually only had a licence to let. And we brought together a steering group forum of about 30 people who started to get a little bit angry that a space was being taken off us. From that steering group, we put forward an outline business plan and challenged the council. First thing the council said was, Lisa, you can't be part of this, you're a councillor, and I'm afraid you're conflicted. So it was like, that's okay. I'll step back of being a councillor in this and I will be a resident and a mum, because that's what I am. I'm a mum from the local community. And so we then, with great help, and again, you know, no advert, but with our Co-ops UK, with our Co-ops Future, Joe, we've started to pull together a business plan. And what we were very honest about is what we couldn't do. You know, I can network, I can convene. I haven't got a legal background, but my husband has, so we brought him in, which he was overjoyed about. and Joe loved working with him, I'm sure. We brought in somebody we knew in the community. We brought in a copywriter who proofread everything we put out. And what we basically did is we kept on putting out calls of, we don't know how to, but I bet you do. And what we actually built was a movement of people who owned that centre to start with. And we then actually started to form a company. We started really small, 3 founding members, kept it tight, but launched the share offer. We now have 625 investors in our centre. We've raised something like £190,000 to actually allow us to take it through. And the day that we hit our target, we were able to say to the council, okay, we can take it over. We signed an agreement, and on the day we signed the agreement, we had a bit of like one of those moments like, anyone know how to run a community centre? And it was like, well, bugger, no. But again, so we put the call out, and there was a local business where somebody had used to, she ran a second-hand bookshop now, but she used to run community services for a blind charity. So she ran our community centre for the first 12 weeks. And that is how we've gone. We've gone on iterative building up. And gradually what we're doing now, we have 625 investors who are all members. We'll have our first AGM in September. And then what we're going to do is we're going to put out a call for 625 young people to join for a penny or a pound so that we truly embed that centre in the future of King's Heath.
It's absolutely amazing what you've achieved, Lisa, and to have that kind of sustainable business plan that can exist now outside of the disclaimer for Joanne, she wasn't around when the council did that. Because actually Joanne's been helpful, and we'll hear from Sturchley, Co-operative Development, Birmingham is supportive. But how, you know, in terms of like that governance, so there's that moment of, oh gosh, we've got to deliver this now, but there's also there's big amounts of money involved, and it's people's money, and this is a proper business. This needs to be run properly. Like, is that overwhelming for people that take things on? How does that feel?
It's scary, but it's also really empowering, and it allows you to behave properly. Because, you know, you always inevitably, a business will say, well, we'd like to do this for nothing, but we can have your space. And what I keep on saying, I chair the board, and I keep on saying, but I am accountable to 625 625 investors. And also what I say is, this isn't my centre, your centre, it's all of our centres. So actually, everything we do has to go through the lens of in whose interest are we doing this? And so in terms of our governance, we have like that very sort of strict rule. We also have established, you know, hugely bureaucratic things, I suppose, but we all declare our conflicts. So there is a list held by our company secretary of all of our different business interests. That doesn't mean that some of the businesses don't benefit from using the centre, because that's the whole point. We want to grow the circular economy, the local economy, but we're always very transparent and able to show why those businesses have come through. But you need to build the movement, you need to reach out to the people, and find actually the people who bring the expertise. And I think, you know, one of the things that I always say is that it's not what you know, it's actually the question you're putting. And what I keep on doing is I keep on putting the questions because I don't have the answers. And, you know, one of the things that I'm going to benchmark myself on is if I'm still chair in 5 years' time, I failed. Because actually we need to pass this on to the next generation, which is partly why we want to do this 625 members to meet our original members.
It's amazing, and we'll invite you back in 5 years to tell us whether that you might be doing a pitch at that point for somebody else to take it on. But also, again, and obviously we've talked about the council, but you did go back into being a councillor for Birmingham, and sadly deselected in the last elections. I've been polite. And it's the times that we're in. You know, how can we, the cooperative movement, really resonate with people and really show people that we do have these solutions, because they are there. But it's not, I talk about this a lot, you know, there's a real kind of binary response in the UK. When there's a problem, it's either we should nationalise it or we should privatise it. You know, we're in the divisive times that we're in. How can cooperatives become that solution? And just again, when you finish speaking, Lisa, you know, Julie, you said such a powerful thing as well about capitalism being this driving force. You know, how do we embed more of this kind of bringing the community together in the times that we're in?
Okay, I'll respond to the capitalism first. You know, we are facing a climate emergency. The extractive economy is responsible for that climate emergency. And the economic model that has served our nation's globe is failing. And at the moment, we're in that really difficult time, I believe, where the failure of the system is obvious, but the controllers and those who benefit are determined to hold on to it. But I do feel the time is coming where many people see the need for change. Regrettably, what we have at the moment is because people feel they have no choice, people feel they have no agency, you go out, and it's not just Birmingham. Birmingham's been service and the services are crap, but austerity took away those core services that people see on their doorstep. They lost sight of actually being able to feel better when they open their door. And what we need to do is to reconnect people. And one of the big things for me in terms of the community centre, and I keep on saying, you know, I'm not I clean the toilets if the toilets need cleaning, but I'm not into running a community centre. I'm into running a connecting space, a space that allows all of our communities to come together. And Julie referred to the water cooler moment. The point is, we don't have water cooler moments in King's Heath anymore, because a load of us work from home and we spend our whole days on Zoom. Another load of us are out of work, and another load of us are running our own businesses. And actually, that space to come together, and when we originally started, we were very clear we weren't going to curate things, we weren't going to put things on, because we had great people. We have Joe Lysis, who runs Queen's Heath Pride. Queen's Heath Pride will be run out of the centre next week, in 2 weeks' time. We said we didn't need that, but then what came apparent during the engagement was people were looking for the space. They were looking for the curation. So we've done things like we ran a potluck supper. Loads of people told me I couldn't do it. There's a familiar theme here. Food hygiene laws, you're going to get in trouble. And it was like, how could we run it where I wouldn't be on the wrong side of food hygiene laws, but people could bring food. And it was great because young people turned up who were trying to start up on street food endeavours. Older residents turned up with sort of beautiful Polish cake, and the sheer diversity of King's Heath was represented in the food that was served that night. And for the first time, I saw we have the west side and east side of King's Heath. East side's kind of your posh, woke, lefty liberals like me. West side is more your Muslim community. They were eating together. They were celebrating together. And we created that space. We're now going to move on to having monthly community meals. But what we also did alongside this was a clothes swap. The clothes swap started off as, again, one of our young people wanting to bring something forward. She's now established that as a business. It's a social enterprise. She does the clothes swap partly for King's Heath Community Centre, but in Digbeth, where the great and the good and those with loads of money sometimes like to hang out and look trendy, she's running it as a business. What that's also done is that's anchored a young person who would have probably be going to London at the end of this year because she saw no opportunity. She's now in King's Heath, and she is part of our centre. She's one of our volunteers.
So I'm going to go back this way. So Julie, you know, examples of bringing people together, how we can bring people together, maybe an act of kindness, or, you know, the kind of work you're doing now. Like how can we bring people together in these times?
Well, I think exactly as Lisa says, and I'll pass on to Martina about this because Martina has a lot of ideas about the Colosseum moving forward being a place of joy and connection. And that's what it is, and those words don't often get used, you know, in this sort of neoliberal capitalist system that we're in now, that we think is the only way now, that we've been told that there is no other way of living. That's just the way it is. And it's like it's a begging bowl system of always having to go cap in hand to philanthropists or businesses or councils or government or arts council to say, we want to make this place of joy, we want to make this thing of joy, please can you give us the money to do it? And it's an incredibly disempowering way to run anything, actually. So you put the power, exactly as the great people of King's Heath have done, back into the hands of the people and the decision making into that. And in a microcosm, that gives us hope and inspiration for bigger communities and then towns. And I do just want to say very briefly, and I'm pretty sure that people will be aware of this in this room, but I think it's really important that when we talk about local government and councils and the failings of councils, that we remember that the years of austerity were about a Tory government that was absolutely cutting budgets back to the bone for local councils so that they had no money to spend on the flourishing of communities. They're having to choose between street lights, dementia centres, preschools and theatre. Well, of course theatre is going to be the first thing to go. You talk to people in the street, they're going to go, I can't even afford shoes for my kids. What do I want a theatre for? You know, and it's that bread and roses philosophy of like, yes, of course we need bread, but without the roses, without flourishing and emancipatory policies on government and local government's level, we are absolutely fecked. And we're seeing it. We're seeing we need to come together. We need to connect. You see it. You see it when you organise the choir night. As soon as you put out a call, like what we've seen in Belfast this week, horrendous. It's a coming together in absolutely the most terrible ways. But the response to that has been overwhelming. The organisations supporting refugees in Belfast haven't been able to cope with the numbers of people coming forward saying, I will open my home, I will provide food, shelter, clothing for the people that have lost their homes and lives now because of the trouble. You know, it's in the interest of the people in power always to make us feel like people are shit. And people, in my opinion, are absolutely brilliant. And when they're given the opportunity to do something positive, you put that call out, that call will always be answered. Always. I've never known it not be. So that's what we need to keep talking about and to dispel this myth that people are toxic individuals. You know, because we're not actually. We're told about the division all the time, and it's a false narrative, I think.
So tell us then, Martin, about these ideas. Oldham's not without its challenges, and how are you going to use a theatre to connect these communities?
So we talk about theatre as a joy business because it is. You know what I mean? And we talk about the collective endeavour, and that's exactly what theatre is. You come together to watch, to observe, to be part of, and to go back to Oldham Coliseum for me was my first theatre, so I walked in and all the energy of all the people that had ever been in there felt it, wanted to be part of it. So even from that, as an audience member, you're part of something. You're called to something. You're called to do something. So then you start to look at this premise of like this beautiful proscenium arch, 500-seat auditorium. What is it really? It's a third space. It's a third space that we're missing as a society to gather, to collectively, to be as one. And there's a psychology behind it. You breathe together, you laugh together, and in that you feel connected to each other. And part of what we're kind of looking at is actually like, you spoke about it, what's the antithesis of capitalism? And we talk about like creative economies and circular economies. And I am fascinated by economics. How the fuck I'm fascinated by it, I'm not quite sure, because I started off on a stage. But I'm fascinated by the fact that we're in a society where things are finite now. So with AI, with technology, it used to be that it was about how many widgets you could make or how many hours that people could work. And now that's kind of 1% of the population are kind of in ownership of all that. And if we don't collectively come together to be the solution, if we don't collectively find that solution by working together, by understanding that every single act that I make begats onto you and begats, that's what the essence of cooperation is. It's like it's cause and effect. Everything that I do impacts you. Everything you do impacts me. And then when you can put that into an organization and you can put that with audiences, with artists, with staff, and you're like, oh, this is really exciting. It's really exciting because it's literally, if art's a reflection of our time, and if arts can be the commentators or the commentary of our time, then this is the time for theatres, arts organisations to become the very cooperative model that they've always been. But that's the thing that we've talked about, policy. So I'm currently a charity and a limited company because that's what we do. That's what the Arts Council wants. That's what funders want. There is a massive job to do for everyone in this room to basically go, well, CICs don't have the same flow with trust and foundations as the charity does. So for us to change our governance models, we need to change our economic models. And I think that's for everyone in this room to be able to go, this collective endeavour is where we are, but the policy of this as a charity, as a limited company, I can go to the Arts Council and go, I've got this incredible idea and I want to do this. And they think that it could be the blueprint to change regional theatre. But then they're still a bit like, but for the last 20, 30 years, we've worked on this model. So how do we talk about this model more? How do we amplify this model, this collective endeavour?
You're going to enjoy hearing from our economic secretary from the government later, I'm sure. Tony, reflections on what everyone's saying.
It's been a fantastic discussion today, privileged to be part of. I just want to make two very quick points. I'm conscious of time. One at the macro level, one at the micro, local level. This stuff we're wrestling with here, I've never heard expressed better than in this model of donor economics, which some people here might be familiar with. Professor Kate Raworth, who says, you know, it's time to completely rethink how we run things. And what are the starting points of that? There must be a social foundation below which no human should fall around education and homes and access to art and rights and all these things. There must be an environmental ceiling which we must not overshoot against 10 or 12 measures of the oceans and the air and the soil and so on. If you wrap that round into a donut, there's a space in the middle as the safe and just place for humanity to thrive. And so from those givens, how do we do that? And she acknowledges the role that capitalism and business can play, and business does some things really well, and those motivations do some things really well. Under a regulated, responsible environment, taxation and so on. There's some stuff that the state does really well. There's some stuff that charities can do really well. But between it all is what I think she calls the commons, which is organised groups of people doing stuff at grassroots level, empowered, funded, supported, trained, that can do things better than anyone else can. And the best example that I found when this was my day job, I worked in a place called Seedley and Langworthy in Salford, which is where the opening credits of Coronation Street are filmed, multiply deprived. I'd come there from Miles Patton and Ancoats in Manchester, which at the time, in the 90s, was the #1 most deprived ward in the country. I was living in the second most deprived for the 90s. And this started with a cooperative, Manchester Environmental Resource Centre Initiative, serious environmental activists. And they said, why don't we do Britain in Bloom in the most deprived ward in the country? and we started it. And the inspectors came like they were judging a bowls match with a hat on. They didn't want to get out of the car. And we had some very humble, B&M and Asda flower displays. And they had to make up a category for us. But I saw what it did to a community. When I went across the river into Salford in about 2002, I said, let's do that here. If we don't move quickly, we've missed this year, this season. Somebody gave me a couple of quid. We were what they called alligator scheme, gating the alleys. There was a fantastic community organisation called Seed the Langworthy Trust, and they went with it. The first hanging basket that somebody put up was trashed the first night, and that was other parts of the community saying, where the hell do you think you are? Who do you think you are? But we kept going, and there was vandalism, and we flipped it to saying, this is who we are, this is how we want things to be, this is what we're going to do. And over a couple of years, everybody went with it. And we realised, and there was money around then, let's be clear, but it wasn't just an environmental scheme, it was a health scheme, and we accessed health money. It became a youth training scheme, we accessed training money. It was multicultural, we accessed those resources. And it gained momentum, and that area was transformed. And it wasn't just transformed on the eye, in terms of flowers and what have you. It was transformed in terms of attitude and spirit and can-do, and we can make this place better, and we do have skills. And this business of ABC, asset-based community audits, of not trying to win deprivation competitions, if this is how poor we are and this is our age mortality rates. These are the skills we've got here. People coming forward, well, I'm a builder, well, I'm a carer, well, I've just studied this, I can offer this, I've got 6 hours a week. And building an asset-based model and really, really transforming a neighbourhood. We won awards, we were on Park Lane getting awards off Joanna Lumley. And 20 years later, I think it's struggling for money now, but people have been to Canada to talk about what they did there. And I'm very conscious of time, and perhaps it's appropriate to leave us with the quote that's attributed to Margaret Mead. It's something like, you'll know it, never underestimate the power of a committed group of local people with an idea to change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. And we have a beautiful idea here, and let's go forward and let's try and change the world a little bit more.
Okay, so we're going to go to some questions for our panel. We've got mics around the room. Who wants to start?
Sorry, I'm weeing, I'm not leaving.
And if you just say where you're from as well, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Hi, guys, elaborate loud. I'm James Schoen-Smith, and I'm actually here as an individual, but I'll come on to why I'm here a little bit more. First of all, I just want to say thank you. There was some incredible inspiration here in this talk, and thank you for sharing your stories. I got up at 4 a.m. this morning to be here today, and I'm really glad I did. For this session alone, it was worth it. So thank you very much. So I'm something of an interloper here. I'm an individual not representing an organisation, although my badge says Nationwide Building Society. And I just want to explain why. I'm the first member-nominated candidate seeking election to the board of Nationwide Building Society in over 20 years. I'm doing it on a platform of transparency and accountability. And it's a pretty lonely job. And thinking about your own campaigns and your own struggles, my question to the panel is this: what advice do you have for the people here fighting for a voice, fighting for others? What did it take for you to harness the power and pass the tipping point?
Right, okay, big questions, and huge thank you. I'm a Nationwide member, and there's not enough people putting themselves forward to be members of things, so thank you for doing that. Right, okay, advice and...
Advice to bring people together. I think Tony mentioned it. So we use storytelling as the strongest advice we have, and my biggest thing is actually who gets to tell the story, whose story gets told, and in what platform and on what stage and in what place. Throughout my work, I've worked in different spaces internationally, and some of the work I did was in Hull in 2017 on UK Cities of Culture. And the biggest thing that I saw there, and the way to rally people together, was to get behind a collective idea. And I think we talk about the beautiful ideas and we talk about people, and I think it's being able to finding what's in it for them, always, like how do you relay it back? So if I don't see myself in it and I don't understand what I'm going to give or get, then I'm not going to engage. So I think the first thing in most things, it's like I go with a gift. And like a gift can be a brew or a glass of wine or whatever it is, but I always go with a gift and never an ask, because otherwise you're always that person that people in the room just run away from. So I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's like get people to see themselves in it. Make sure that they know what they're getting and what they're giving, so it's not transactional. Anyone else?
Well, I'm just going to say on that, because it's really important, because we're always trying to get people to our AGMs, and one of the most brilliant activists I've met recently over at Middleton Co-operating, I asked what got her involved, and she said they were doing free fried chicken on a Wednesday night, and I was like, brilliant. That's like, you know, that's how you get people in. So Lisa.
So I think one of the interesting things, and you referred to the importance of trade unions, what we have to start to build is the union of community and that actual power base of the collective endeavour coming together. I'm part of an employee cooperative, Places in Common, so yeah, we want to harness the commons, and I'm working in Castle Vale at the moment to set up a community energy company. We, in the way of trying to build the power of the local community, the combined authority who's funding us wanted us to hold workshops, wanted us to hold meetings, wanted me to tell them how many doors we'd knocked on. We didn't do any of that. We held a circus, and we've run circus for 6 months, and we have had conversations and dialogues, and the conversations that I've had with people, I've then worked with somebody, and we've turned it into a script, and that has become a film, a short film that is played back to residents who start to say, bloody hell, I could have said that. And it's like, well, you did, Bab. You did say that. Because what I've done is I've used your words in the script. And that is the point. You have to go to the place that people are at. For too long, we ask poor people, busy people, to turn up at meetings. Don't do that. Set up a picnic. Set up some free childcare. Do something. And don't separate out the creative, the culture, from the coming together. You actually have to combine the two. Bring joy, bring kindness, and you'll bring people together.
That's
Thank
fantastic.
you. Right, okay, we're going to go to Reshma next. First time at Cooperative Congress, just started working mutual sector, but in AI, I believe. So, yeah, what's your question?
Good morning, everyone. It's really great to be here. And I am from Manchester, a city that I'm deeply in love with, personally and professionally. I head the head of mutuals. I'm a VP at Intellect. We do everything at building societies and credit unions and the cooperatives. They're very, very an important segment for all of us at Intellect. Tony's poem actually is very, very emotionally driven. You know, I think that brings us why we are all here together, the very purpose of bringing us all together, the very purpose of the community spirit that we have, and what it means to the people, to the organization, and to the sector as a whole itself. So deep congratulations to Tony, and I think it's a great honor for me to listen to him live on this occasion. So thank you very much for that. But my question is, very often I see that there's a disconnect or a gap between that emotional feeling and to the financial infrastructure, what makes it real for the cooperatives. What does the panel think? What is the single biggest barrier for the new cooperatives to actually get off the ground in accessing their financial infrastructure and the banking services to actually thrive in this digital era modernization world?
Wow, that's big. So, you know, the question being like, what were the barriers to starting up, and how are you going to face the challenges of being... Actually, Andrea touched on it before, digital first, but always human.
Yeah. I would absolutely say that with our Co-ops UK and then the support, I think we got £10,000 startup. That was hugely important because it brought in expert advice from Cooperatives Futures. And you know, I'd got the confidence that I'd got the ideas and I can, you know, I'd got a sort of business plan. But it was really that advice that said, you know, you need a lawyer. So then I had to go and tap up my husband. But it was that starting of, actually, this is the governance that's required. This is how you do it. And I think it's having that first step of actually just that 10,000 support. I can't underestimate how we wouldn't have got the centre without it, because we wouldn't have come together soon enough. And it's just having that space to challenge the ideas. And I think the biggest barrier in Castle Vale, hugely deprived community, low education, outputs, it's providing the scaffolding. And at the moment, one of the problems we have is that kind of investment in the social system and infrastructure is too often missing. But again, what we can start to do is build the movement and start to collaborate across. So I'm working with now a housing estate, not for pay, but because they're connected to King's Heath. They come through King's Heath for the job centre, and we feel we owe them, you know, an opportunity to come forward. But it's breaking that initial one, I think, is you need upfront resource and investment.
And we've got our 3-minute warning, Martina. So
for me, I'm at the beginning of a process, so I'm actually in this now. I'm in the bit of taking it from the ideology of it and the emotion of it and the intent to actually the practical reality. So it's a bit watch this space with me, but actually working with Rose and Rose's team is kind of demystifying it a lot. But I think there is a lot to be. You talking to me about your Beyond Festival, do you know what I mean? It was like actually you just explaining in real terms, simply from a human perspective, how it works. I was like, oh, okay, we can do that. That sounds easy enough. But like I'm in the beginning, so yeah, I'll tell you in a year's time.
Okay, so we've got, so we can do it, and it's very kind of complex, because I know, and can I just say it's not me, I'm not the advisor. I've got an incredible advice team, we've got incredible like development workers like Co-op Futures who do all that work. But I think one of the challenges is often the answer is, well, what do your members want? You know, so I just wonder whether we connect that digital bit, like, and I think it's something that we all need to consider, like, I say it a lot, you know, blockchain's a cooperative, you know, like how do we use technology to enable and empower people to participate in the way the gentleman over there is becoming a nationwide member and attending the AGMs, like how do we use technology now? Has anyone got any reflections on technology as a force for good in cooperation?
I suppose in our space, we're always wrestling with AI, like we're wrestling with my stance is that it will make us more human, discuss. That we're looking at using technology in the way of how we, so we're looking at how you basically create a Oldham Eats model. So bear with me. We don't have a food offer. So but we do have a lot of takeaways, like most towns. So I am saying that we will create a digital platform marketplace for all the different outlets around us to actually go through the theatre, so they become our food and beverage offer. So we're using technology in that way. We use technology kind of every day to basically engage, inform, and dialogue. I think that's the best thing, isn't it? Technology is becoming a two-way street, where before it was just we would put it all out there and there'd be nothing coming back.
Right, well, after there's lots of discussions to be had in the break coming up, and there's lots of advice. I'm just looking at who we've got exhibiting. The first ones on the list are indeed solicitors, Anthony Collins. We've got Co-op News, we've got Co-op and Community Finance, we've got the Cooperative Bank, we've got Co-op Party, the Confederation of Cooperative Housing, who are excellent on that very niche housing cooperative support. We've got the Cooperative Council's Innovation Network with us. We've got Ethical Consumer Magazine, as well as the Fund for International Cooperative Development, if you're looking to do things internationally. We've got Greenwich Leisure Cooperative with us, Longwall Security on all of that AI work, and the Woodcraft folk with us as well today. So they're all that way. So we've got a 15-minute break before we come back, but my final words, I can't say it more than, you know, you've seen it in action. I certainly believe it, that we do have the power, and make the most of the next 2 days really to harness that power, find people in the room that can help you with your cooperative development. So just to say an incredible thank you to our panel, Tony, Martina, Julie and Lisa. Thank you so much.
Rose.
So that's the timing. There you go. Right, okay, welcome back everybody. Before I talk about our next session, I just wanted to say Tony Walsh, there he is, just walking in the door, is around until after lunch, and we are, like I say, trialling our merchandise opportunity. So we'll be doing this cooperate and you can change the world, which will be our theme for Co-op Fortnight. So if you want to buy posters of those, but get them signed from Tony, you've got a few hours at lunch to do that. But as I was saying earlier, it's tough times generally here in the UK and globally, but it's also been tough times for our cooperative movement. You know, one of the things, you know, over 180 years of operating this business model, one of the things we always talk about is resilience in the cooperative movement and that member piece around resilience. But our next session asks some difficult questions, because cooperatives are built on trust and accountability and shared values, and those principles come under real pressure, more so, and a great level of scrutiny, more so than in traditional organisations, because we do stand by those. And we're going to be hearing on this next panel from people who face those challenges, or currently facing those challenges, because one of the things about cooperatives, you know, quite a lot of us have got the same word in our business titles, so even though we might not be trading together, there is a direct impact often in the movement itself. So, you know, in those moments of challenge, what must we change, what must we endure, and how do we become more resilient, transparent and trusted? So this session is going to be hosted by our well-respected and renowned journalist of the cooperative movement, Rebecca Harvey, who is executive editor of Co-op News. And Rebecca is joined by Maria Kearns, who's the Chief Operating Officer of the Cooperative Bank, who've not been without their challenges over the years, but I think Maria has lived through them all. We've got Amanda Newton, CEO of Rochdale Borough-wide Housing, fairly new CEO, again, came in to face some real challenges, and I've been really proud of the work that we've done, and our Society Secretary Claire in particular has done with work with Rochdale Borough-wide Housing to support those governance structures. And the much loved and trusted Russell Gill, head of member and cooperative engagement at the Cooperative Group. So can we welcome our panel to the stage, and Rebecca, over to you. Thank you.
Right, hello everyone, and it's great to see the room so full actually, because I know there's a few other panels going on at the same time. As Rose kindly introduced us, you know, when the going gets tough, the tough does get going. And for the people on this panel, it doesn't mean you run away. It means you really step up and you make a difference for your business, for your community as well. So Maria, Amanda, Russell, thank you so much for joining us today. We're going to start with the Co-op Bank, Maria, because a lot of you in the room will know and remember a bit of its recent history. But for those who don't, I'm going to give a very, very brief history lesson. So the bank was founded in 1872, and it began as the Loans and Deposit Department of the Co-op Wholesale Society, CWS. In 1992, it became the first UK high street bank to publish a customer-led ethical policy, which basically said what it could and couldn't lend to. So it refused to lend to arms manufacturers, to companies involved on animal testing for cosmetics, and tobacco companies. In 2009, it merged with Britannia Building Society, which left a really toxic commercial property loan, and that on its balance sheet, and that really came to a head in 2012 when it failed in a bid to buy over 600 Lloyds branches, and a year later discovered a £1.5 billion shortfall. So there were resignations, investigations, there were scandals. But the really interesting part in all of this is that right in the middle of the crisis in 2013, the bank incorporated its ethical policy into its constitution, which is really important because in the end the bank was saved by a bail-in from hedge funds. In 2015, it actually strengthened its ethical policy, and in 2022, the year of its 150th anniversary, it posted its first annual profits. And in 2024, it was purchased by Coventry Building Society. So that's a bit of a whistle-stop tour of where we're up to now. It's been a crazy couple of decades, but one person who has lived through all of this is Maria Kearns. So Maria, You were COO of the bank and now you're Transformation Director at Coventry Building Society Group. Things really did get tough for the bank. So when did you first join and what was it like to witness this crisis from the inside?
Yeah, it's quite a lot to listen to that story, that introduction, to be honest. So I joined the bank in 2001, and I can remember very clearly the moments that I really wanted to work at the Co-operative Bank. So I was sat in the Printworks, which is a big cinema complex just next door to our current head office. And I was watching a film, and an advert came on for the bank's ethical policy. And at the time, I was doing a graduate training job for just a normal bank. And I remember sitting there and thinking, that is the bank I want to work for. That's where I want to be. The ethical policy was the thing that really motivated me to try and get a job at the Co-op Bank. And with great joy, I joined early in 2002 as a current account product manager. And we had an absolutely tremendous first kind of 7 years. We'd kind of come out of the financial crisis completely unscathed. There was a lot of talk about a kind of flight to trust. We had, a lot of current account customers joining us because we were definitely different. And then I think, as you say, things took a turn for the worse. And actually what the bank faced was an existential crisis. An organisation that had been set up to bank the cooperative movement suddenly found itself absolutely isolated on its own, no ability to kind of fund itself, and what was it going to be? So we really faced, I think, probably one of the biggest crises certainly the bank had ever experienced, but actually even within the movement it was a fairly significant one.
It was. And I think, just go back to the ethical policy, because I'm really fascinated about this bit, because some people thought it might be quietly dropped in the middle of all that, but it wasn't. And to you, what does that say about the relationship between ethics and survival in a cooperatively led organisation?
So I think the two are absolutely intertwined. Capital rescues balance sheets, and you can't step away from there was a capital black hole that needed filling, and the capital did save that aspect of it, but conviction saved the institution. So for those colleagues that stayed, and I know many of you in the room, those customers that kept faith with the idea that ethics was really important to us, that is what really saved the bank. We took a decision. Hedge funds are at their heart very rational people, and we could evidence through data that our customers had come to us because of ethics, our customers were staying because of ethics, and actually our colleagues were here because they wanted to protect something. And that kind of ability to really articulate, we put the ethical policy within the articles of constitution, so the actual basis of what the business was. And that meant it was protected. That meant all the way through the kind of traumatic recovery years that followed, we could never step away from those commitments we made. We had some wonderful friends in the cooperative movement during that journey, Rose and Co-ops UK being the kind of leading supporter of us. And they really helped. They helped hold us to accounts. They helped us establish a matrix. We had a cooperative matrix that we ensured we met every single quarter. That meant we, as a kind of cooperative bank team, had to justify exactly why we felt we could still call ourselves a cooperative name. So I think actually, capital's really important. Of course it is. It's really important that you have people who can fund you. But actually, conviction is the thing that protects you. It's the thing that means once you come out of the kind of really difficult moments, that there was something there that was meaningful. So for me, having spent 10 years in a fantastic cooperative family, 10 years in a very, very difficult, challenging, painful environment where we had to be really thoughtful about everything we did and what we did and why we did it, to now find ourselves in a place where the cooperative bank has been bought by a mutual, it's just a beautiful arc to our story. And I think this whole session, which is what happens in a crisis, what can happen in a crisis is with the right people and the right customers and the right colleagues and the right ethics and the right supporters, you can come out stronger than you ever were. I mean, I sit in an organisation, we cut the ribbon on our 4th floor in our Manchester head office this week. Completely refurbished floors, absolutely state-of-the-art technology for customers. All our branches are having a full refresh. We're investing money in our digital capability. That wouldn't have been able to happen without the recovery and without the crisis.
So you talked a lot about supporters there, and that is really vital. And one of your big supporters was the Save Our Bank campaign.
Absolutely.
So what was your relationship like with them?
I can see our welcome. Thank you very much, Rob. Our Save Our Bank campaign were amazing from the very beginning all the way through. The Save Our Bank campaign was established by a group of customers who brought themselves together to say, we want to save this organisation. We want to protect the cooperative bank. It is the only ethical alternative on the high street, and we want it to remain. I can remember meeting Rob and the team almost on the kind of the very first beginning meetings. So I think I met when they first started. And obviously, the thing that can be really lovely is there is a real symmetry. So as a cooperative bank colleague who's been at the organisation for a quarter of a century, who joined because I wanted to work in an organisation that was cooperative, to meet customers who wanted to stand up for us and really shout and protect us, it was wonderful. It was almost like having a kind of internal and external holding hands through a really difficult recovery journey. And Save Our Bank were fantastic. They are now our customer union. We are the only high street bank with a fully recognised customer union. And they're a really important part of our group. Whenever there is any announcements at work, I will always speak to the Save Our Bank and customer union teams first. They were there all the way through the hard times, and we're really grateful for it. I think they played a huge role in our kind of recovery and survival. And we're really appreciative. And I think what they can show is that when people come together and stand together and join together for the right reasons, amazing things can happen.
We'll come back to the name thing in a minute, because I think that's a really interesting question. But just quickly before we move on to Rochdale, let's talk about hedge funds, because hedge funds are these big bad things, that are in America and they're really bad. But you went to hedge funds rather than the public purse. So how did you balance that conundrum between trying to bring in capital and keep your values?
Yeah, and it's not easy. So I think most people would probably expect somebody to stand up and be critical of hedge funds, and I'm absolutely not. The hedge funds came to our aid when we really needed it. So, there was a will and a desire from customers and colleagues and the British population to save the cooperative bank. But you can't do that without £1.5 billion. And actually raising those funds from hedge funds, it was the only place we had to go. We did some interesting things along that journey. So, embedding the Articles of Association that meant the ethical policy was enshrined in who we were, meant we could maintain our ethics whilst working with what are, very clever, money-focused, financially driven institutions. And actually we came to the end of that journey, and I would look back and say there's lots of things we learned through that 10 years working with the hedge funds, which we will keep. There's lots of intelligent and sensible things that we have embedded in our organisation. But the most important thing is we're back to where we should always be, which is a mutually owned bank that is on the high streets, that is delivering a service that other financial services businesses can't do. And I think, much of this is, I often talk about when you work at the cooperative bank, your objectives are not about how you managed that year. It's not about what you delivered that month or that quarter. It's about being able to look back and say, did I look after that institution in the time that I was in there? Was I a custodian of the values? If I look back to the Rochdale pioneers, would they tap me on the shoulder and say, you did your best? Or would they say, what did you do? And I think that's the way in which we all look at our time with the cooperative bank. We are trying to protect something. And what the crisis shows is with the right people and the right supporters and the right customers, you can achieve anything.
Thanks, Right, let's go to Rochdale now. So I'm going to give you another short history lesson. It's the last one, I promise. So Rochdale Borrowed Housing was launched 15 years ago, and the tenant vote for mutualisation was held at 8 p.m. on the 21st of December, which some of you will recognise as the anniversary of the opening of the Rochdale Pioneers Toad Lane store. It was hailed as the first tenant and employee-owned mutual housing society. But in 2020, a 2-year-old boy, Awab Ishaq, died in an RBH property, and the coroner ruled that his death was caused by prolonged exposure to mould in his home. Lawyers accused RBH of failing for several years to treat the mould and accused them of racial discrimination as well. The CEO at the time was sacked. There was an investigation by the Housing Ombudsman that found deep-rooted problems around repairs, records, and data security. In 2022, Yvonne Arrowsmith came in as the interim CEO and spoke with tenants, visited homes and met with staff and stakeholders. And in autumn 2023, RBH tenant and employee members approved a set of really big rule changes aimed at strengthening governance and returning the mutual to regulatory compliance. And we'll talk about that in a little bit later, because around this time, Amanda Newton was appointed as permanent CEO. I'm delighted you're with us today, Amanda. Thank you for joining us. Tell us about your first day at Rochdale Borrowed Housing. What were you walking into?
So it depends what you call my first day. So I remember vividly the phone call from the chairman that said, would you like to be our CEO? And it was on the 1st of June, really hot afternoon on the 1st of June. I'd been for an interview earlier that day. And I don't know, it was really one of those really profound moments in your life where you think, blimey, you know, it's mine now. I was working with another housing association at the time. I needed to work my notice, but realistically, I started working with Yvonne from the 2nd of June, really, because nobody needed me to turn up in September and go, what are we doing then? And I remember, again, vividly, that Yvonne said to me, the only thing you need to know, Amanda, is everything's broken. And it's like, okay. So walking into RBH didn't happen on a particular day. It was kind of a segue into the organisation. But what you get a feel for as a CEO when you walk into an organisation and you go and focus in on what are the customers saying, what are the colleagues saying, what are the stakeholders saying, is that I had inherited an organisation that was fundamentally damaged, completely broken. Awab Ishaq died in 2020, 2 days after his 2nd birthday. And then COVID hit. So it all went very quiet because inquests into deaths had such a long backlog with everything that happened in COVID. And the organisation kind of carried on. And the majority of our staff didn't know that a 2-year-old child had died in one of our homes. So what I walked into was a bunch of colleagues who had been absolutely blindsided by their employer, the person that they turn up for every day, the organisation that they trust, with, you know, and they do their best for every single day, to find out on Sky News on the morning that it broke in November that this had happened in one of our homes. Very few people knew what had happened. We then had a bunch of customers who were frightened because they're thinking, is it going to be me next? Are my children safe? And Yvonne had very, very carefully opened the doors to RBH, which had, and I'm giving you my opinion now because I wasn't there, but which had been closed for a long, long time. And the kind of floodgates opened in terms of people going, can you help me? I've got this problem. I have damp and mould in my home, or I don't, but I'm scared that I might. So a really scared bunch of customers. Colleagues were equally terrified. They're walking out on the streets in Rochdale with our uniforms on, driving our vans, and there was a lot of anger. There was a lot of anger about what had happened. We had our contact centre receiving death threats. We had our operatives challenged in their vans. It was a very, very difficult time. From a stakeholder perspective, a lot of the stakeholder relationships had been damaged over time, but this absolutely shattered them. And we were in the eye of the media. It was a constant media frenzy. I arrived, my official start date was the 18th of September. And we immediately started planning for the first anniversary of the inquest because we knew that there was going to be significant public interest around that again. So you find yourself as a new CEO thrust into live TV and live radio, which is kind kind of scary when you've not done it before. But being asked really important questions like, how do you feel about leading a racist organisation? So it was a lot.
It sounds like a lot. It does sound like an awful lot. I mean, you said, you came in, everything was broken. I mean, what had happened to get to a mutual organisation that was set up with all this fanfare to the point where everything is broken?
I think we'd absolutely lost sight of what was important, and that is the people who live in our homes, the people behind our front doors. We'd started to shift into building new homes. Really important for a housing association to build new homes. There is no question about that, but not at the expense of the homes that you already own and the people behind the front doors of those homes. We'd stopped investing in our existing homes, which was, and we're a stock transfer, so we took out all of our, what was 12,500 homes at the time from the council in 2012, and with stock transfers, for anyone that's not familiar, you have a 5-year investment programme, and that kind of happened and was signed off. But then the investment in our existing homes really slowed down. So you started to see homes that were constructed in the 1960s around that time really deteriorating. And just to give you a sense of quantum of that, in the 3 years before I arrived, we invested around between £3 and £5 million in our existing homes every year. In the last 2 years and this year, we will have invested and will invest between 25 and 30 million pounds in our homes just to catch up. And we'll be doing that for probably the next 5 years. So the financial impact of this has been incredibly, incredibly serious for us. And I think, we'd moved away from what was important. We have, in our constitution, we have a board of directors, we have a representative body which is made up of members who are colleagues and members who are customers. We have 8 colleagues and 15 customers on our representative body. And they'd got into a role of simply rubber stamping things that had been produced in the wider organisation, rather than being part of those ongoing discussions and that dialogue and building what the right thing is for the organisation. And I think, your question around how do you fix it, it's like 3 years of really, really hard graft, for one. We'd abandoned our corporate strategy. And I think there's something really interesting that occurred to me on my first day was, what does our corporate strategy say, but what does it look like? There wasn't a single picture of a human being in the corporate strategy. It was cartoons. And that, for me, just said everything that you needed to know about who are you here to serve. And it's those kind of really tiny things that tell you about the culture of an organisation. So we ripped that up and we wrote a new corporate strategy that we developed with our customers, with our colleagues, and with input from our stakeholders. We also developed a new set of values. So our values, our organisational values at the time, were like a textbook, cooperative mutual textbook. So, we will be pioneering, and that's really important that we are, but you don't need to write it down. And people didn't know what that meant they needed to do. Our plumber who goes into the home and fixes a tap doesn't know how he does that in a pioneering way, but he does know how he does it in a way that cares about our customers, about the people who are behind the front doors. So we reframed a whole new set of values that we worked with our customers and our colleagues on. And the way to make sure that you've got that right is to sense check that back and go back to people and go, you told us this, here are your words, does this feel right? And that's kind of underpinned everything that we do now in terms of our values are really simple. Working as one, we do what we say. Really simple stuff, but stuff that matters.
And let's go back to the rep body, because the representative body, it was a core part of the recovery plan. And a shout out to Claire Dalton, who's over there, so Co-ops UK chair, who was the interim independent chair, who came in and sorted a lot of this out, and she's now still an independent advisor. The recovery plan involved transferring quite a lot of powers from the rep body back to the board. And there's a question here of scrutiny and accountability. So I remember at the time, MP, at the time, Tony Lloyd said it would remove powers from tenants' employees, and this was a really bad thing. So what's your view on all of that?
I remember getting Tony's letter when I actually did the rule change. It was one of the first things that I did. We had a set of rules which gave all of the accountability for setting strategy, for appointing the board, for removing the board, all of the things that should sit with the governing body with people who have the accountability and hold things like, building safety, sat with our representative body. And that's a democratic process to appoint our representative body. They are incredibly important to us. They do a great job. But should they be accountable for our 7 high-rise and the building safety requirements in there? No, they absolutely should not. That should be appointed people who are part of a board. So the rule changes that we did, I remember Tony saying you're demutualising this organisation by stealth, and it was like that was not the intention. The intention was to transfer the accountabilities for really important things that can end up in corporate manslaughter to the people who should own that responsibility, so to the board, whilst not disempowering the representative body and putting them into a space where they can make a really, really positive contribution to the organisation. And I'll give you an example of why the rules were completely wrong. When everything happened and Awar Bishak's inquest happened, there was, you'll remember it, for those of you that saw this playing out in the media, one of the biggest governance failures in RBH was that the fact that the Secretary of State at the time, Michael Gove, had to come up and remove the Chief Executive because the board were undecided. We will, we won't, we will, we won't. The board had to be removed as well. And the role of removing the board sat with the representative body. So some fairly junior staff and a bunch of customers. And they just did not feel empowered to do that. And actually, I don't think they even realised that they needed to do that, and which is why it played out in the way it did. So we transferred the accountability for setting strategy and the accountability for appointing board members based on skills needed to take the organisation forward away from the rep body and to the board. But what we did do was made the role of the rep body really meaningful. So they are now our formal scrutiny body, and they do an amazing job in terms of looking at our business, looking at the places where we might not be doing too well. They use data, and they go, actually, we'd like to go and have a look here. And they have access to everything in our business in terms of understanding how we're performing. They can go and look at any data that they want, apart from really sensitive employee data, but any data they want. And they've done a brilliant job for us over the last couple of years in they do 3 scrutiny reviews for us each year, which are massive deep dives into certain parts of the business. So the important stuff, how do we communicate with our customers about a repair? And they are now, I always talk about 3 cogs. There are 3 cogs that make this business move forward. There's the board, there's the rep body, and there's the executive. And if one of those isn't working, then none of them can. And that's kind of landed. So they're in the right space now, under the right rules.
Brilliant. One thing I've heard you say before, and I know you've written online before, is the fact that anything is possible with the right cause, the right team, and the right culture. And is that's something you really apply to RBH?
Yeah, I mean, everybody needs to understand their dance space, in my view. And my message to the organisation is, we all own everything. And they're going, yeah, but you're the CEO, Amanda. And it's like, yeah, I am. And I understand my role, and you understand your role. The difference between me and a lot of other people is I get fired first if it all goes spectacularly wrong. But we all own everything. And I remember when I first arrived, I sat down with one of the damp and mould team at the time and just said, he was talking to me about something, and I can't even remember what it was now, but my question to him was, what does that mean for the customer? And he kind of looked at me and said, that's a really good question. Well, it's the only one I'll ever ask you. So we've really pushed through what does that mean for the customer? It's a really simple question that has many, many complex answers based on what you're doing. But it feels like a customer-driven culture inside our business now, because they are the people that are important. And the customers today, but also the ones that will follow as well. So we have really reframed that culture away from feeling distant from the people who live behind our front doors. And the one thing I'm really proud of is we always said that we'd only ever know that any of the interventions that we did in our recovery and beyond was when the people behind the front door started telling us that. So we have something that our regulator prescribes, which is called tenant satisfaction measures. And there are 20-odd of them, but 12 of these are perception measures. And RBH has gone from lower quartile to upper quartile in most of those measures in the last 3 years. And that's important.
Super important. Thank you, Amanda. That's brilliant. Russell, Co-op Group. So Co-op Group has been around a really, really long time, and I'm not going to do a history lesson here, but instead let Russell talk about everything. Because while last year's cyber crisis was big and it's bad and it's most fresh in people's minds, and we will talk about it in a minute, it's not the first rough thing that the group has faced, and I'm sure it won't be the last. So Russell, you're now head of corporate reach, and how long have you been at the organisation, and what are some of the most challenging things you've seen the organisation go through?
Hi everybody, so I am now coming up year 35, so that's quite a long time. Sadly, as I look around the room, I see some people who I recognise from year one, so I'm not the only one, as well as some great new co-operators, so it's nice to see such a mix here. I think over those years, there have been some tremendous highs, some real successes, some things that every time energise you and think, actually this movement is something that is something to be really proud of, both in terms of the movement collectively, but also individually within the Co-op Group as well. But I would say what's also characterised that all those years is that things do happen. Problems do occur. Sometimes they are self-inflicted. Sometimes they are the result of circumstances beyond your control. But actually what really matters isn't how you try and micromanage each one of those things. It's about how you respond and how you try and learn from them. Now, I guess when I go back to my very, very early days, it was things that were really existential. There was an attempt to demutualise the CWS. There were people who turned out to be criminals on the board at a senior level. And that could have been catastrophic for the organisation. But I actually think what that episode provided were the seeds that led to the Cooperative Commission, that in many ways inspired so many of the positive developments that characterised the early part of this century. So I think my learning throughout all of my time really is that there will be tough times. I'm really struck, and I couldn't agree more with Rose's introductory comments about actually there's something about resilience, there's something about remembering who we are, about those values and principles that give us the guide lanes. Remember who we're doing this for. Those are the sorts of things that we need to stay true to when we're facing its challenges. And I guess the other thing is to say is I think the true measure of any type of organisation, whether they call themselves a brand or a movement or whatever else, isn't how you deal with things in the good times, it's how you deal with things when things are tough. And I think there's been plenty of occasions for me where that's been the case, to sit alongside the happy days as well.
Good. The demutualisation, that was the Lanaka crisis. Because I'd never heard of this. I mean, I've been with Co-op News since 2013. I had not heard of this. So what happened?
Well, I suppose, and it's interesting sitting next to Maria, because actually for those of us who were around in the sort of the 1990s, 1980s, the whole thing about demutualisation was a big thing. It was free money that at the time when public services were being privatised, the whole denationalisation, etc., one of the additional tricks that was putting money in people's pockets was demutualising the building society sector and the like. And a particular individual who'd had some dealings with the then CWS, a chap called Andrew Reagan, thought that actually there was money to be had by persuading co-op members that if they demutualised the CWS, they'd all get a few pennies, but then the real people who would benefit from that would be those people who would be able to benefit from a new privately owned co-op. He managed to recruit some senior executives within the organisations to his cause. Senior executives who incidentally ultimately were prosecuted criminally, and in a way that Andrew Reagan, who started this whole, managed to get away largely scot-free. The former co-op execs who sort of were his people on the inside didn't. But I think the real story behind this is the saviour of the movement from this attempt to demutualise was really actually people within the movement who knew what to do. In particular, the then chief executive, Graham Melmoth, really fought tooth and nail to demonstrate that actually we were an organisation that didn't want to demutualise, demonstrated the reason why our cooperative status was so important. But then really importantly, once we'd seen off Andrew Reagan, saw that actually this has happened because we weren't demonstrating member value in as positive a way as we should do. And that's what led to so much of the work around the Cooperative Commission and the importance of reinvigorating cooperative membership, which in many ways has been the thing that's guided my career for much of the time I've worked with the co-op. So it could have been truly disastrous. And let's face it, had the CWS demutualised, that would have been hugely problematic for just about everybody in this room. I'm not sure we would have been sat here right now had that been the case. The fact that at the time co-op leaders were able to go back to their values and principles, fight for what they believe with, and see off this threat was really, really important.
So do you think that's the secret to co-op resilience, the values and principles?
Oh, for sure. I mean, they provide the guide rails, undoubtedly. I think there's also something about recognising who you are doing this for. You know, you're doing it for our members. Many of our members are also our colleagues, so I think being very focused on the interests of our colleagues is really important too. But I think there is also something as well about the cooperative model and the ability to take a long view. So whenever we have bumps in the road, I often say to people, you know, we need to absolutely face into it, do the right thing, but these things will pass. The organisation is resilient, it's built to be resilient, and it's not just in my era that there have been challenges. I guess if there was somebody was talking about the epoch 30 years before that or before that, they would have equivalent tales to tell. There's something about the cooperative model that means we're built to survive.
We have to talk about cyber, because obviously that is the biggest challenge that the group has faced recently. And it didn't just affect the group, of course, but so many of the independent societies through FRTS as well. So what happened? How did you get to that point?
Well, look, let's be clear about this. This was a crime, okay? So this was a criminal act against the co-op. So there are occasions where we score own goals and do things wrong. But this was a malicious attack on our society and our movement. And actually it was happening simultaneously with other malicious attacks on other retailers as well. And indeed, this is not a problem that anybody has solved. This will continue to happen. There are bad actors who see cybercrime as being a key way in which they can potentially make money and cause disruption. We were in a position where we actually spotted what was going on perhaps somewhat earlier than some of our competitors. I think, unfortunately for M&S, they were already in M&S and in their systems before they'd really picked it up. It was late April, we actually spotted that there was some unusual activity, fairly quickly found that there had been some access to some information, but the criminals hadn't actually managed to penetrate the Co-ops Group systems. So actually, a lot of the disruption that was caused was because of the deliberate act to collapse the Co-ops Group systems, to in many ways destroy the Co-op Group systems in order to avoid the cyber criminals penetrating the internal workings of the organisation. That meant, for example, that there would never have been any question of ransoms or similar. If you ask a similar question to some of the other large corporates about how they have responded to this, they can't and won't give a direct answer in terms of whether ransoms were paid. We were in the position where we didn't even have to face that question because the criminals were kept outside. Nonetheless, it caused the most enormous disruption, not just to the Co-op Group, but to the independent societies who also relied upon many of the services that were provided, and actually caused enormous disruption to the operation of the business. I think what I would say is that very early on, we were quite clear about the need to be as open and transparent and as honest about what was happening with our colleagues who were having to face this on the front line, with our members, because ultimately, we are an organisation that does rely upon trust. It was really important that people recognised that although some of the basic data had been lost and picked up by those criminals, we needed to tell people that had been the case. We also needed to tell people that there would be a temporary loss of service, and that had an impact for many people in this room, not least for those of the communities that we serve where the co-op is the lifeline store. So we needed to try and explain and be open and straightforward about what was going on. I think a couple of other builds that I would add. I think the measure of an organisation is somehow how you, sometimes how you face into things under the greatest of scrutiny. Now, we were in an interesting position in that we got called to Parliament. We were sat before a select committee. We had Co-op Group representatives, where we had our General Counsel, Dom, who many of you will know, and our head of IT and Digital, there before the Commons to explain in as clear a sense as possible what we had done, what the lessons we might learn from, and I think we tried to be as transparent as we possibly could. We were sat alongside a competitor who was going through a different thing, whose approach was to be a little bit more guarded and a little more closed in terms of what they were sharing. And I think that says something about openness and transparency. I think the other thing that I would say is, and many of you will see this on the telly, our then CEO at the time, Shireen, went and did the media, and she did it with a social enterprise called the Hacking Games. The Hacking Games was a project that was about recognizing that many of tomorrow's hackers are today's young people who are gamers, who are attracted to hacking through very simple things, like just trying to get some free credits on the games. And so actually the importance of educating young people, both about the perils of the world of hacking, but also that there are careers and there are futures in people who want to learn more about digital expertise, was a positive that could have come out of this. So there's something for me as well about how you can take positive steps out of the most difficult of situations. Now, I can't pretend that cyber has been anything other than an awful episode, not just for the Co-op Group, but for other independent societies as well. I hope that we're on the road to recovery as a business now, and I believe that actually there's been some important lessons learned, both about how to respond to that sort of crime, but also perhaps about how to deal with crises as and when they come, because sure as anything, they will happen in the future.
Death, taxes and crises.
Indeed,
Well,
indeed.
I think I'm really glad to hear about the Hacking Games, because I remember reading that the people who were ultimately arrested for this were in their late teens and early 20s. It's really, really young people who are doing this disruption. And I know you do some linking with the academies as well through the Hacking Games, which is great. One more question, Russell, and I'm going to ask Amanda and Maria this too, but it's about like branding and identity, because like you said, the Co-op is the biggest Co-op in the UK. It's what most people think of when you say the Co-op. You think of the food store. So is there a question here of like reputation risk contagion? Like, how do you manage that?
Well, I think it's about recognising your responsibility, it's part of what I do every day to remind people that that actually anything that the Co-op Group does can have impacts and can have a ripple effect, certainly on our other retail society colleagues, but actually for a movement as a whole. And I know frequently when something significant happens, you know, one of the conversations we often have is with Rose about the potential impact, and and often it's sort of met with what can we do to help, what can we do to support. Now, I'm not naive enough to know that on occasions the Co-op Group does things that feel clumsy and on occasions put other societies in a difficult position and other cooperatives thinking, why has this happened? What I would also say is that there are many instances where there's a positive halo effect from not just the Co-op Group, but from all of us working together. And I think what this says to me is that as a movement, we have to recognise that mutual dependency we have on one another. And when there are problems and issues, go back to that Co-op value of solidarity and actually standing next to one another and supporting each other through the tough times and celebrating when there are great things that we all achieve.
Thank you. Maria, so you've mentioned it in passing about like the Co-op Bank keeping its name throughout this whole time, even though they had no mutual association whatsoever. How much did the name matter to you? Because I remember there was a discussion at the time, and I think someone said that in the end, the decision whether or not you could keep the cooperative name, because it's not protected, the word cooperative, sat with the BEIS department. So what was going through the bank at that time?
So cooperative is the most important part of our name. You know, we are a cooperative bank. We've always been a cooperative bank. You know, I mean, actually very similar to the way Russell described it. One of the worst things about the bank's crisis was that, you know, awful dawning realization that you have damaged a movement that's really important to you. And actually, one of the things that I think, you know, you can come out of crises as better, stronger, fitter organisations with a real realisation of what you're about. And I think what the bank's crisis taught us was how important being a cooperative was to us. And actually, we spent a decade trying our best to be like the poster child of the cooperative movement. We wanted to evidence to you and to ourselves and to our customers, and you know, with Save Our Bank acting as our kind of constant conscience, that we were worthy of the name. So actually, I think it's really important, and I think to Russell's point, which is it's about feeling like there is something that is bigger than just you. You are important to a whole community, a whole ecosystem of cooperatives, and what you do matters. And actually, in the bad times, that is even more important. So the cooperative bank is really, really important to me personally. It's really important to our customers. And actually, yes, the name's important, but it's about what the name stands for. And what it stands for is values and ethics and believing in something bigger than just the functional thing that you're there to do. I think that's probably where we still stand.
That's fair. Amanda, with everything that happened in Rochdale, was there any talk of a rebrand?
We explored it, for sure. I think when I arrived, people were saying to me, you know, when you kind of don't really know enough to make a decision, you need to rebrand this organisation. But my view on it was, what we need to do is build back the brand. Rochdale, I'm still learning about Rochdale, and Rochdale has several identities. So if you say you live in Rochdale, you live in Rochdale, but then there's Middleton and Haywood, which don't always associate with Rochdale. So the borough-wide part of our name was really, really important to go, we're here for all of those communities. It was never my decision to make, it was never the board's decision to make. So we talked to the membership, we talked to our stakeholders, and it was really split around, it's a toxic brand, you need to get rid of it, to, no, you need to keep it and make it better. So we're keeping it, and we've made it better. Will we modernise? I remember at the start, like the cartoons, our logo was kind of this thing that had a thumbprint in the corner, and it just didn't mean anything. So we sharpened it up and we made it a little bit more modern, and we've changed the strap line on it. But fundamentally, we will be RBH because it's an important brand that people associate with. And actually, we're 13 years past our transfer now, and people still think that they live in a home owned by the council, so we've still got work to do on that. So just keeping that identity and having that continuity is really, really important. But the work that we did on reframing our values that underpin our brand has been really important and really powerful, because a brand has to mean something. So we're not going to do that.
Just like one more question about Iwabi Shack, because obviously that story was so central. And I know part of your recovery, you've been leaning into that a little bit, but there is a balancing act there because you don't want to take advantage of that story or lean on the family either.
No. I have been absolutely purposeful around the fact that we will always own our past. So the first day, the first media interview, to the media interviews that I do today, we own our past. We know what happened. We will never not talk about what happened, because it's a really important point in time. But equally, and I think when you go to conferences, the thing that upsets me more than anything is that people have used Iwabi Shack's image and name to try and in a commercial way, and that's not okay. So you see people who have got the best damp and mould solutions in the world with Iwabi Shack's picture there, and that really bothers me, because actually he was a human being with a mum and a dad and now has 2 sisters. So we don't use his image anymore, and that's not because we don't own our past, it's because we have to be respectful that this family needed to move on, and needed to move on without all of that being, it's 6 years nearly since Iwabi Shack died. So we will always own our past, but we are a different organisation now.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, all 3 of you. It's been a really, really interesting session. I think we've got about 5 minutes left, so we might have time for maybe 2 questions if anyone has anything burning to ask. I can see any questions. There's one at the back. Sorry, it's really bright, I can't see.
Hi, my name's Mark Thorley. This is absolutely fascinating, the way your organisations have kind of, I don't know, come back from an existential crisis, come out stronger, and kind of gone back to your values and ethics and stuff like that. So my question, I guess, is a relatively simple one, is that given what's going on globally, where I think it's fair to say ethics and, you know, human values are being challenged in a way that they haven't been for a long time, do you feel a responsibility and a role for you to kind of say there's a different way of doing things and you can run businesses ethically and better values, and you know, do you feel a role and a responsibility to kind of shine that light globally?
Do you feel as a responsibility as a cooperative to share the cooperative difference with your values and principles, given everything that's happening on in the world?
Well, yes, absolutely. And I think as a movement, we are outward facing. We are about recognising the challenges that our members, the people out there actually face. And I think you are absolutely right to call out that the challenges that we are now facing collectively, whether it be climate change or the breakdown of the sort of the world order right now, the sort of concerns that people have about peace and security, all of those things are the types of issues that are of concern to our members globally. But I would also say as well as our members are equally concerned about what's happening domestically in terms of their own communities and both from a economic cost of living perspective, but also from a social cohesion perspective as well. These are the sorts of things that our members are concerned about, and I know all of our organisations, certainly mine, Co-operative Bank, I'm sure locally RBH, see their role as being trying to address the things that matter to people. And along with the day-to-day pressures of life, what's happening in the wider world is something that our co-op members are always concerned about. So yes, I very much agree that it is something for us to be concerned about.
If I can jump in here as well, just really quickly, I think on the international stage, this is a fascinating thing that's happening too. So I know the International Cooperative Alliance, which is the global federation for co-ops, they've got a global conference happening in Panama in September, and their theme is all focused around building bridges and about building peace. And I know during the International Supper, there's going to be a conversation around what's happening with the ICA's CM50, the Co-op Mutuals 50, which brings together some of the world's largest cooperative and mutual organisations, including the group, including our co-op. I know, Rose, you're involved as an ICA director as well, looking at how bigger businesses can do that more outward-facing piece as well. So that's just a point of interest.
I think Russell summed it up beautifully, but I couldn't agree more that this is, and the whole point of Cooperative Congress, is this is about externally stepping up our message. So, you know, it's brilliant to be able to sit here and say we've come through these fantastic, you know, tremendous crises and we've come out the other side. But actually there's a more important part here, which is we need to make sure that we live the cooperative values that we talk about. We should only be cooperating with each other. We should be amplifying each other's messages. We should be encouraging our members to be each other's members. We should be, what we've learned through these crises is that working together with like-minded people can create really brilliant things. And actually, if Co-op Congress has got one message, it's that we need to do more of it.
Cooperate and you can change the world.
Indeed. I think that some of the things that are happening in the kind of geopolitical sphere, we have a duty to understand how they impact on the people who live in our homes and our communities at a really hyper-local level, because that's where it's being felt. Social cohesion is a huge issue at the moment. The political shifts that happened a little over a month ago are testament to that. And I think our cooperative values are really important in terms of really understanding what we stand for and how we represent those communities that we serve. So that's all I would add to what others have said, really.
Brill. Thank you so much for being fantastic panellists. It is now time for lunch, and I think Rose is going to close us off, but can I just join me in saying thank you to our panel? Thank you.
Well, thank you for your leadership. It's not easy being a cooperative leader on many occasions, and it does take strength and it does take resilience, but it does take solidarity of all the movement. So thank you so much. Not always easy conversations, but they are essential if we're serious about our model being trusted and facing into these matters. So yes, we are now breaking for lunch, which is in the exhibitors area. So do use this time to meet with the exhibitors and other cooperatives. But also, just to be aware, at 1:15 in the lunchtime, there is a breakout conversation with the Cooperative Bank, who will be going through more changes over the next year or so, and are keen to talk to customers about what that means for them. So that will be the Cooperative Bank with the Customer Union for ethical banking, and we hope some of the Cooperative Bank customers, if you can join at 1:15, it is in your programme. So we've got a nice long lunch with that in the middle. We'll be back in the main room at 2 15, and we've also got a very exciting announcement from Social Enterprise UK after lunch, so we'll see you back in here. Thank you. Right, welcome back everybody. Hope you've had a lovely lunch and you're ready for some more discussions. Thank you for joining us in the main room. Before I introduce our next guest, I'm just going to play a short video. It's a spring day here in Manchester's Co-op Quarter. I'm surrounded by buildings that formed the cooperative movement.
Long before social enterprise had a name, this was it. People coming together to create businesses to serve communities, not just profit.
The whole area changed the world. Behind me, the Cooperative Wholesale Society went on to serve millions and represented fairness and equity and social purpose. And here, Hollyoake House, named after one of the original Rochdale pioneers. We've even got Robert Owen himself looking over us. And this building, once the tallest building in the whole country, stood as a beacon of being purposeful and a different way of doing things. Here in New Century Hall, this was the original headquarters from the 60s for the Cooperative Wholesale Society, and this was a venue, but this stage has hosted Jimi Hendrix, the Rolling Stones, Tina Turner, but now the UK Social Enterprise Awards are coming to Manchester.
We think it's such a great, great city for entertainment, for music, for art, and for the very, very essence of social enterprise.
So what to expect? Expect energy.
Expect stories.
Celebrate the power of social enterprise where it all began.
Expect social innovation. Expect to hear about social enterprises that change lives.
Expect stories of impact, resilience and innovation.
Expect the sector coming together as one.
Expect ideas that change lives.
Expect Manchester.
Sorry, expect rain.
Because the city knows how to turn up, whatever the weather. From the Brits, to the Mobos, to the Tour de France, Manchester delivers moments that matter.
We are looking forward to being with you in Manchester, the home of the Rochdale pioneers, to celebrate the very best of our sector, our movement. And the theme will be all together now. Because in these times of challenge, nothing else matters than finding common cause and unity. So we're looking forward to seeing you there.
Okay, so for the co-op stalwarts among you, there's an error in that video. Prize for anyone that can tell me what it is. Factual error there. But other than that, so excited. And again, for those of you that know me, you do know that I came out of founding social enterprises myself, and the guest I'm about to introduce was one of the first people to ring me to congratulate me on my role here at Co-operatives UK, and we vowed to bring the sector together. It only took us 5 years, but I'd like to welcome to the stage now Peter Holbrook, the CEO of Social Enterprise UK.
Well, Congress, this is my first time with you, so I am well beyond the period of time that I should have been here. I've been to many, many of your events, and it's just nice to be with my extended family. I came up here to make a very big announcement. Well, you've just seen the video, and sort of the big reveal is done. That was the announcement. I hope those of you with a nervous disposition managed to stay calm and healthy. I came to announce this news, and so the job is kind of done. So with my remaining 3 minutes, I'll improvise and do what we do best in Britain, which is stand up and confirm something that you already know. Yes, this year, for the first time ever, Social Enterprise UK and Co-ops UK are teaming up to deliver their UK Social Enterprise Awards in Greater Manchester. I know. Now, it might not feel like your usual big announcement, like the collapse of a government, or even the death of a president, but hey, give it a week or two, miracles and all that. But this is important not only within our world of cooperation and social enterprise, because I think right now what we are seeing is the opposite of cooperation across our country and our world. We are seeing a very frightening trajectory towards greater division. And actually, we've got a brilliant story to tell. And the way we defeat the narrative division is to show people that an alternative is already happening. It's not a theory, it's not a notion. Cooperation, social business. Whilst we might have spent the last 30 or 40 years detailing all of our differences, at times like this, it's really, really important that organisations that are fundamentally aligned in values and principles and purpose come together and take a stand. So awards like this are not just here to shine a spotlight on the lucky few or to promote competition over cooperation, but it's about telling a story, telling a compelling story that gives people hope, that gives people an idea that alternatives exist and that these models are already at work in our communities and across our country. And are going to become even more important given the likelihood of the challenges we face over the next decade and beyond. So, nothing radical, no big significant announcements that are going to leave you shaking or the rolling news cameras recording, but I hope an opportunity for you to remove your light from the bushel, bring yourselves out into the spotlight. There's a lot of modesty, there's a lot of humility and a lot of humble behaviours in our sectors. But actually it's time to come out and celebrate your successes, what you're doing in the most difficult of times, because hope is the currency that this country needs more than ever right now. So, the awards are now open. This year we have a new category that we will hopefully maintain into the longer term, which is Cooperative of the Year. Now, if you would like to carry off that award, we would be delighted to see your application. And this year we've made the application process super simple. So you can send in audio, you can send in video, you can send in different languages, and we will sift and judge with great names like Lord Victor Adebowale, my boss, Glynis Thornton, Baroness Thornton of Manningham Mills, and some other great cooperative stalwarts. So, tell your story. Don't think, well, we'll leave that one for another year, because actually, if we're going to defeat the division, we need to start telling these stories right now. So that's why I came up all the way from London on a Friday afternoon, all the way to Birmingham, to share this exciting opportunity for you. This is a strategic alliance. More work, I hope, will come out of our collaboration with Co-ops UK. Let's continue to build unity across the social and solidarity economy, and let's find new opportunities to build a counter-narrative. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your Congress. That's me done.
Right, okay. For those of you that are regulars to Congress, you'll know we always like to put a spotlight on the local areas and city regions that we are in, and the West Midlands has been home to important work. I mean, the West Midlands, the very first building society started here 200 years ago, no stranger to mutuals. But exploring cooperatives and employee ownership and how we can support freelancers was a commitment that we made with the Mayor here, Richard Parker, last time we were here in the West Midlands. So this session is going to ask what we can learn from that work and how creative cooperatives and the reason we chose creativity as a very specific kind of sector to focus on is because we found, Birmingham is also one of the I think in fact the most diverse city in the UK, and you'd have collectives, for example, that would come together, but they wouldn't necessarily call themselves a cooperative or have that formal governance in place. So we really focused on that opportunity with employees and workers in the creative sector. So we're going to be hearing a little bit about some of the local cooperative work and how cooperatives can bring stability, control and long-term impact. So I'm going to welcome your host, another stalwart of Co-op Congress, John Robb, to the stage, please. John's a musician and author who will host the conversation. And we'd also like to welcome to the stage the Mayor of the West Midlands. Thank you for returning, Richard Parker. We also have the Creative Director and Co-founder of Five Senses, Riley Tang. We have Sebas Howe, who's the co-director and producer at It's Atna Arts, and we have Steve Hawkes, who's co-founder of the Developer Society. So please welcome John and this esteemed panel to the stage. Thank you.
Okay, well, the last time we were here in 2024, we finished with a poet from Birmingham's Poet Laureate, Jasmine Gardossi. I probably pronounced that completely wrong, but that's in my northern accent. So I think we'll all remember that poem, but it's part of the launch of the West Midlands Ownership Hub, and that's for a 2-year project, which is probably just about finishing out now. So we'll just see what the impact of that was, what it was, and how it changed things here in Birmingham, with some people got varying experiences of it on the panel, starting with these 3 people here have got co-ops in various means, and also the leader itself. So can you introduce yourselves, then we'll have a short film. So start over there, Richard. Yeah.
So it's great to be here. I'm Richard Parker, and I'm Mayor of the West Midlands.
Hi, I'm Steve Hawkes. I'm the co-founder of the Developer Society.
My name is Sebas Howe. I'm a producer with It's Atna Arts.
I'm Riley Tang, the creative director and co-founder of Five Senses.
Okay, and I think theoretically we're going to show a short film now.
When a hand comes to know that it's part of a limb, when its wrist and its forearm work with it in sync, when a finger learns that it's 10 of a kind, and when all of them join to be led by one mind, when your knuckles come together, look how they make a fist. The closer they sit on your palm, the tighter they grip. When the right hand knows there's a left, it understands its role. And when they work as one, that's when they take a hold. When muscles are part of a group, they know when to push and to pull. Veins know where they are in the flow. The more consistent the pulse. And your heart is a part of a system. And your vessels are links in a chain. Your body will find its own rhythm. When your gut is one of 2 brains, what if one of us can be the limb? When another of us needs a hand, what if one of us can be the whole backbone? And what if that means we can all take a stand, so be part of it? So we don't stand alone. Be part of it. So we keep on improving, be part of it. We belong to a body, so be part of it. And start a movement. Be part of it. 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 Look how we duck and we weave. Be part of it through all the cuts and the freezes. Be part like the palms so they catch when we fall. Be part like the shoulder to lean on. Be part of it and harmonize a hand and an eye. Be part of the teamwork and also the timing. Be part of the spirit. We have what it takes to outmaneuver the giant.
So we'll start with you, Richard. I mean, can you explain what the Ownership Hub is?
Yes, so the Ownership Hub was something we set up here to try to support the creative sector here and the people in it as effectively as we could. There are two sort of drivers for that. One was recognising that in the creative sector, lots of people work in a very independent way, often in a quite an atomised way, and often the workloads they get are really uncertain and unpredictable because of the nature of the cycle of work in that sector, which can often be driven by productions or decisions made by others further up, if you like, the supply chain or the food chain. And we recognised through the work we did, there was massive amount of potential here. There were enormous number of really talented creative people, but they're being held back from making the most of their talent simply because they were operating quite an arm's length away from the sector, or dependent or wholly dependent on some of their own personal relationships. There were sometimes a network quite limited. And their connectivity and understanding of those that could be making film productions here, or TV films, or even what the BBC were doing, they were some distance from those decision makers, so felt out of the loop. And often by the time opportunities arose, they were already behind the curve, or they missed out on them, irrespective of their talent or their ability to do that work really well, or the fact that others that were less well placed were often winning that work. So we wanted to put this hub in place to bring some of that creative talent together, in the first place to understand it a bit more, but look at the benefits those in the sector might reap from working more collectively, in a more joined up way, sharing their skills and expertise and their networks to help them grow their businesses, and to help them ensure that the way they develop their businesses and their future pipeline of work, that it was more sustainable and what they were doing was more resilient. Now, we focused on creative industries because it's one of our key growth areas here and sectors for the region, and I'll talk about a bit more later on about what we're doing here to make that difference. But we've got a really key objective, ensuring that when those big decisions are made, whether it's by the BBC or Night Kudos that are currently filming Peaky Blinders here, that as much of that work goes to young creatives or businesses in this region that should be supporting it. And the work we've supported Steve and Night Kudos on is being framed around two things: getting as many local businesses and local creatives into that work, and ensuring that they not only get that work, but get the experience and allowed to develop the wider relationships they need across those sets. So that was a key part of it. I think the other bit for us was that we're really keen to build the cooperative movement here and the economy around real social purpose. And we thought there were opportunities in the creative sector, because of things I've said already, that would allow us to assess its potential and the relevance of these types of models in parts of the economy that were largely either ignorant of it or had not been really using or exploring such collaborative ways of working, certainly over recent years.
Are there any sort of uniquely advantages and disadvantages of the West Midlands that play into a model like this, or make it difficult to make a model like this?
Well, I think there's two things, and I would say that in terms of the broader challenges, that firstly, we've got folks that want to make productions here. I've talked about Stephen Knight and Not Kudos. The BBC are doing lots here. Just a few weeks ago, well, actually currently still, we've got a studio from Mumbai making a film here, and I visited their Bollywood studios, as has the Prime Minister over the last 6 months, and that's part of the free trade agreement with India that the government's now got. But the big issue that holding back lots of folks that want to produce stuff here, make stuff here, is the access to talent. And the reality is, and we know this, the talent is here, but the talent was finding it very difficult to connect with the folks that are making stuff here, and vice versa. And that's why we've made, and that's been the biggest obstacle in this sector that can be quite atomised and based on networks. Stephen Knight's a great man. He comes from the region, he understands it, he's investing in it, he writes about it. He wrote the introduction to my growth plan. For those of you who might not be interested in my growth plan, you ought to read the intro because it's an absolute work of genius in itself. But Stephen also wanted to do as much as he could to work with us to support the growth of the creative sector here and support young people. Stephen never made any money from his profession until he was mid-40s. He's now mid-60s. And you don't sustain yourself in a sector like this without being resilient, and that's what he did. He wanted to use his own experience, his lessons, to work with us about a way we could not just create a future sustainable flow of work, which is really important to the sector, which we're working with him and others on, but then ensuring that when we've got that in place, as much of that work is secured by people and young people in the West Midlands. And I won't say too much more on this, but and we're doing as much as we can, not just through the hub we've talked about, but we've put some money into the next 2 series of Peaky Blinders, not just for the reasons I've explained about the heritage of this place, but I didn't want that next 2 series being filmed in another part of the country. It would have been a pretty damn indictment of this region if it was. But on the basis of a sum of money we're putting in, call it £1 million, Knight Kudos are investing 300 million here. Now that's quite a good return. But the real power of this is that as much of those next 2 series being filmed and produced here, and as much of that work is going to young talent and creative talent already based in the West Midlands. And that will help this industry, it'll help people here secure work, and it will build that ecosystem that we need here that will make what we're doing more resilient, more sustainable, and more long-term.
I mean, it's great what Stephen Knight's doing here, and it's a game changer. But is the ownership hub also fired up the grassroots? And you talked about the atomisation. And I've always found Birmingham, it's a great city, but quite atomised. It's big, spreads out a long way. Has this helped to pull all those different little people together, not work in isolation?
No, so it's really important. So the whole point of this, that those folks, over 380, access the Creative Hub. It's up to their choice what employment or cooperative models they might use in the future. I think they realised the feedback was that there's a real power in working together, there's a real power in sharing the expertise and the insight and understanding of the industry. The bit that we're really keen to do is then help create that pipeline of work that will make that way of working more sustainable and opening up those pathways. Some of the great creative businesses I've visited in this region, from animators to folks that are building film sets or using technology to drive the pace of creative design, have got employment and ownership models that are based on cooperative ways of working. So there's a real power in that. But I'll come back to it in terms of my role. I can't tell people how to work. I can give them a way of doing it really effectively in a sector that is atomised. But the other really important bit is that counts for very little unless there is a pipeline of work ahead. And that's the real power, is connecting the way people work together with the work opportunities that I want to make sure are available here.
And in that the 2-year project, at the end of it, has it had discernible effects? Has it changed things?
Well, it has changed things. I think it's raised awareness. It's giving us an understanding of the barriers that still exist, because lots of these people still work independently of each other. But also, I think it's given understanding of the need for these young startup businesses in particular, and those that are developing products or portfolios, to get access to finance they need to help get that stuff, because some of the kit they need isn't cheap. And again, the cooperative models are a really effective model of sharing that burden too.
So for you, Steve, I mean, it's interesting because you started off as one business model and you've changed to another, like a road to Damascus kind of moment, isn't it? So why did you change?
Yeah, we started off as an ordinary for-profit business. And that's largely because when you start up, you go see an accountant or someone, you say, I want to start a business. And they say, are you going to be a sole trader or a limited company?
So what was your business as well?
We're a digital agency. And at the time, we were working for anyone, so it was a normal creative agency. When you go down and they say, sole trader or limited company, there wasn't one of us, so that ruled out sole trader. So we formed a limited company. And after running that for a number of years, we came across a moment where we went for a bid for a charity project, and we didn't get awarded the bid. And when asking for feedback, there was another agency with a slightly different structure, and they felt it was more ethically aligned with what they were doing, which caused us to ask the question, what was that model, and what could we do differently, which then opened up a load of possibilities for us that then led us to change to be a community benefit society that was not-for-profit, and that much more aligned with what we were doing day to day already. So really it was a way of codifying our practice and culture and values through our legal wrapper and shape.
Was it difficult to change?
There were some bits that were challenging. I remember having a conversation with a bank that I won't name, but they said, in your class, there's only 5-a-side football teams and allotments. And your level of turnover, it's kind of messing up all of our pie charts because we're like some big outlier in terms of the turnover we're producing. And they were just confused every time we spoke to them. So some things were confusing. There's a lot of forms online that don't list the model that we are as one of the options to pick when you're going for funding or different things. Sometimes there are groups that don't show all of the things that you can be as a choice. Yeah.
So I guess part of what's good about the Ownership Hub is presenting another model for people who don't really know what the models are.
Yeah, being a co-op, there's a just different way of working from the heart and culture that you have as a group of people working together, and that then comes to the practice that you have that builds on top of that. So a lot of things that we've done, we've had to reinvent our own tooling and our ways of collaborating because the off-the-shelf solutions don't always match with the way we would operate as a co-op. So you end up having to reinvent a lot of wheels to get to a place where you can flow in the way you would culturally, because other products are based on different hierarchical structures that don't always gel with how you want to be. And then being involved with the Hub, it was like a chance for us to share some of the stories and learning that we've taken to help accelerate the groups that were starting out that didn't have to go through the same pains and barriers that we've had to work through.
Yeah, because you changed your model before the Ownership Hub.
Yeah.
So I guess you would see the strength of the Ownership Hub as it provides an information service and encouragement.
Yeah, it was nice to have a chance to look back and realise how far we'd come, being kind of 8 years in, and the experience that we've built up from doing this for a while. And then hearing other groups kind of asking challenges that we'd overcome made us realise we had more experience than we might have realised just carrying on with the day-to-day of running our agency. And it also then inspired us and challenged us to do more in terms of giving back and supporting the movement. So one of the things that's launching on the Co-op's website next week, Co-ops UK, is going to be some of our offers helping small startup co-ops to get their first website, or having a consultation call to help get through some technical barriers they might have. So it's really challenged us to think deeper about what we could be doing more.
So in your field of experience, are you noticing more people using this model, around here?
Yeah, I think creatives think differently to begin with. So I think we're more open to different ways of working. I think there are some things that are more culturally aligned. So when you think about ownership of work, it's not a concept that many people have generally thought much about. But when you think about copyright, when we think about creative ownership of the work, there is a completely different set of law just around that thing. So I think as creatives, we're much more used to thinking about ownership in a different way. And when you think about business models, some of that then permeates, and it's a more natural cultural fit.
So it's trying to get it beyond that world into other worlds as well? Would that be something you're interested in, or are you just working within the people you normally work with and sort of egging them along? Come on, you could be a co-op as well.
Yeah, I think again, it's been a game changer in the way we pitch. Again, we work primarily with charities, NGOs, social enterprises. So culturally, they're much more aligned with our way of working, being not-for-profit, collectively owning the work, doing open source project where we're just sharing by default the outputs and the things we've produced. A lot of that naturally ties in with the model we have. It's just more harmonious than something where we're trying to amass ownership. It's much more compatible.
So Riley, so with you, is it the same thing? Is it when you became a co-op, or did you start off as a co-op?
No, so it's Saturn Arts. So we create kind of cross-cultural collaborations with artists from Latin America, working with artists here in the UK. We use different kind of forms. Sometimes it's a piece of theatre, sometimes it's a gardening project, sometimes it's a film. So no, we started as an artist collective, but what's interesting is I think the model of how we were making projects was very cooperative before we realised what cooperatives were. And in Latin America, we also have lots of cooperatives, like people who run kind of coffee farmers, people who have like artisanal handcrafts. There's interesting cooperatives of people who've left like the prison system, who work together to try and get each other jobs. So we're quite aware of that coming from Latin America, but didn't really know enough about how that happened here. And I think, we were kind of pushed down this sense of like, are you a limited company or a CIC? And it never felt quite right with us because we were making everything so collectively already, and kind of the decision-making process about what we were making was shared by everybody, including the outcome. So being a cooperative felt quite natural for us as the next step.
What was the difference though you became a co-op? Was it just a different way of organising? If you're already organised in that way, was it just a different name for what you were doing, or were there actually differences that worked very well for you?
Yeah, so I think what really works for us is the fact we now have a language of which to talk about what we were doing quite loosely as like a collective of artists. And I think the way artists talk about kind of their work can feel a bit abstract and a bit poetic, and it doesn't always kind of translate particularly well into kind of like UK legislation or business, but I think the cooperative model really helped kind of bridge that gap for us.
And in a business sense, you got you more organised. It was a legitimate model. Did that help? That's actually think you're doing it anyway. You know no other way of doing it. You think, oh, this is actually how people do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Because like now we can have a bank account in our name. We have a kind of set of governing documents. We can go for bigger funding pots that you just can't go for as a single person or an individual.
I mean, with the ownership hub, was that, I mean, I guess you'd already set up before that came in, or was that help, or is it something you were aware of before this? And have you seen its effects in the city as well, in the region?
So we weren't aware about it until we were working with Solihull Council. They had lots of kind of creative business kind of startup programs. And that's where they kind of introduced us to the cooperative model. And through that, we went to the West Midlands Ownership Hub. But because it seemed quite recent to us, we're still kind of learning about it because it's still quite new.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Riley, so your model as well is a co-op. So,
Yeah.
So how long have you been doing your co-op for?
We just officially incorporated this March, so it's like just a few months ago.
Yeah.
But we actually met on the incubator, which is a business lab that's hosted by the West Ownership Hub. So we actually met each other on that workshop, and then we formed 5 Senses from that, which is like a year ago. And then throughout the year, we get the support from the hub. So we have some online workshops as well as some in-person workshops to get to know more about the business model, whether being a co-op would be good for like long term, and how to really get support like the financial side, which is very practical. So also we chose to become a co-op, and yeah, so we are really grateful for the hub for all of the support.
So how did you find working with the hub? Is it, is it very easy to work with? Is it easy to even know it's there, to find it in the first place?
Yeah, it's quite easy because on the incubator workshop, we are actually the winner group, which we were awarded for the support to becoming a co-op. That's why we want to really develop 5 Senses as a cooperative. And through that, we have some direct support from them. So there is some accelerator program for us and someone being our advisor. And so throughout, we feel very supported.
So with the advice and having an advisor, is it very hands-on, or is it just something when you have a question, you just get in touch with them? Or is it every week, or is it every day, or how's the process work?
So we have some, we can get like bookings with them, and with emails, they will reply to our emails with any questions. And we did have some workshops in Solihull. And I remember it's like a day workshop for us, and just really help us to get to know more about what we want 5 Senses to be. And that would be really like full package, I would say.
And for you personally, what do you find the advantages of working as a co-op?
So,
for you personally, for your business, what are the advantages or the positives of working as a co-op?
Positive. more practically, just like what Sebastian said, getting a bank account. This is really important because if you start apply for grants or fundings, you need an account. And as a co-op, you can get help. We have support from the cooperative bank as well. So there's someone helping us with the application, which we felt really easy to get everything set before we really like looking for more and more funds to help us start.
And also, aside from that, as a practical model, is it good for you to work in that way as a business? You know, not just the business side of it, but actually it's just the day-to-day running of it. Does it work as a co-op? Is that a better way of running a business?
I would say we're still learning because we're very new, so we are absorbing a lot of information. But we feel like this is like a family, which we got each other's back. So we are like, still learning, I would say, I
mean, you talk about that before, like the co-op of co-ops, isn't it? That you all not all, but most of you kind of know each other. So not just using the hub to get information, but actually getting information, problem solving between all the co-ops.
Yeah, there are lots of really fantastic groups out there. There are groups like CoTech, which are a collective of lots of digitally focused or technology focused cooperatives and similar groups that are collaborating. And so there are those places, there's lots of idea sharing and getting through those hurdles and kind of bits that people are figuring and learning through culture and resolving some of those issues. There's lots of things like that exist.
And by nature, already you are in a co-op. So if people ring you up for advice, you're quite happy to give it as well, aren't you?
Yeah, and that's something we obviously do professionally. We do a lot of consulting and support and digital strategy work. But then taking that thing that we have as experience and take for granted sometimes and offering that in a different shape in different groups. So if you're not a digital agency, but you're a small crop, we can probably help you with some of those teething difficulties you might come across. So try and make that more available is something that we were inspired to do through talking to the people that were in the hub.
I mean, do you think ultimately it's a better way of having a business, really, isn't it? Instead of having, like the cliched idea of having one person who runs it, the Elon Musk model, basically, isn't it? Just the mad person who runs it, makes all the decisions. It's better to have it as a team, isn't it? You pitch in and you work it all out between yourselves. Do you think that's a better model?
Yeah, around the time that we converted, I was definitely getting spammed almost daily with people saying that you should sell your business now. And really what that means is the whole of your team is probably going to get fired. You might then be able to buy a yacht, which personally just never appealed to me. It's always felt like a wet caravan. I couldn't get my head around it. And so we really were looking for a long-term career of enjoyment, something to really spend over the long term and potentially to outlive me as like a legacy that it could be a vehicle for other people to have careers through. And so the fundamental model just didn't fit with what we were trying to achieve. So it really does give you an alternative to that way of thinking.
So, I mean, ultimately, arguably, it's a better business model anyway.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the resilience of cooperatives, when difficult things happen, as a good example, there's loads of data showing that cooperatives better perform through things like COVID. I know as a director sitting down with my team and saying, right, this is a hard moment that we're in, this is how we're going to deal with it together. And the co-ownership that we were genuinely all in this together, as opposed to it being a manager in an ivory tower dictating what's going to happen to some other people that might not always be pleasant. It was a completely different type of conversation. I think we got through that scenario much better because we were a cooperative.
Sebastian, is that your experience of it as well? Working together is a much better model. Business-wise, of course, it's better for a business and it's better actually for your head as well, isn't it? Working in teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the resilience we have to navigate the problems that do happen, and there will always be challenges in terms of where the funding comes from, how much money we get, what happens to projects afterwards. I think the fact we've all grown projects from the beginning through to the end, I think everyone feels so much kind of an agency to owning what happens, the legacy of the projects that we do, because they were part of it from the beginning all the way till the end. So I think for us, it's really key. I think we think a lot about family. It's interesting when you talk about kind of having a sense of family. I started the cooperative now with my father, and we've always had this idea of like a sense of expanding our family and like who is our family, the chosen family that we choose. And I think that kind of relationship is really key because it's kind of beyond just a sense of like we're all just workers together. There's a kind of an emotional tie that connects us to thinking that we want the cooperative to continue even beyond this at some point.
And I know it's early days for you, Riley, but is this working, is that how you're finding it? You know, like working together is actually stronger. It's not just a necessity, it's actually a better way of doing it and a better way of running a business.
Yeah, because we have different talents and we bring different talents into the same group and we can make something greater.
And it's about valuing everybody's talent as well. Yeah. So, Richard, so it's coming to the end of the 2 years of the hub. I mean, is the plan to continue it or do a different form of it?
Yeah, I think it was always designed as a 2-year programme. I think the officers that work at the CA are assessing, the lessons learned and what we need to do differently to support the sector. And I'm expecting some advice to come out of them about what we do to build on this experience in the future, not just within creative, but other sectors too. And it reminds me when we were having this conversation about finance and growth and the benefits, and lots of the owners of these businesses talked about the values that underpin this that are really, really important. And I think those values make these businesses stronger, more resilient, more relevant to their audience. And I was just reflecting on a visit I made to a non-creative sector business in this city about 6 months ago that is an owner-managed business, or equivalent of cooperative, that came out of research in the university, and they've been developing tests that detect some cancers a lot earlier than normally, and that has profound impact on surgery, the need for surgery or other invasive work that's done with people to assess whether they need surgery. Now that really, really groundbreaking. That business grew enormously during the COVID era because they developed some of the test kits that allowed those tests to be made. They made a lot of money globally. Rather than pay their 10 or 15 employees a lot of money, rather than sell out to American businesses that want to buy them, they reinvested everything back in the business, so they could help the business move on to the next stage in its development. If the ownership structure was very different, the result may have been very, very different. But their commitment to what they do, to the way the business is run, the fact to that business to succeed, it needs not just brilliant business people and marketeers, it needs expert scientists, researchers, technical people, experts in AI. The strength of that business and its resilience comes from that skill base it needs, and everyone is equally important in that business. And they made a decision that will ensure that business is resilient in the future and has the potential to create hundreds, if not thousands, of jobs here in the future. And two penny businesses with different models make decisions to take the cash now, and move on. And that is to the detriment of those businesses, often to the detriment of the R&D going on. It's the detriment, in that case, will be to our health service, and it's going to be to the detriment of sort of job creation in this region. And this is, that's just an example for another sector of the way in which, and these folks are quite early in the genesis of their businesses and it's not just about the business model being resilient. I think it builds a forward resilience into it, and it can result and should result in better decision making too.
So how, in your role, how can you facilitate this? Is this a continuation of the hub, or is it just lots of different ideas?
So I think I will take very few decisions I make are based on the mayor just saying I want to do this stuff, by the way. And of course it should be like that. The decision I made to support Peaky Blinders stuff may have been a bit different, but I did have to get it through my board at the time. So we'll wait for some of the evidence to be produced for me about the benefits we made, and then I think we'll look. I want us to look at ways we can move that programme on in the future, so it becomes more relevant and has a wider reach and wider appeal. Because it's not simply creative industries. There are whole other set of sectors now, across this region where there are really talented, people, particularly young people, building their businesses and coming across this model shouldn't be based on happenstance or an afterthought. It should be something that is, understood, and there should be an awareness of it directly from the outset. So you don't get there as a result of ruling out other options necessarily, or thinking there are no other options available. It should be a part of a rational set of decisions about the best way to work, the best way to do business, and the best way to grow a business.
I mean, for you, Steve, what would you like to see? Would you like to see more active encouragement, or a better framework, or a bigger framework, or more knowledge, or do you think it's working very well and people just finding this kind of system, this way of working, just naturally?
It's a really good question. I think some of it is about awareness. Again, those two options I was presented didn't include COP as a route. So I think as one of the foundational things, we have to have more awareness and more options. I think over time, coming across accountants that were cooperatives themselves, obviously they would then recommend different things. So as you kind of get a wider awareness of what's there, that kind of starts to build up a network of services. We've definitely been kind of nagging the bank that we were with that they should make more of the different group we're in, treat us differently because of how we don't match the other groups they've previously put us in a bucket with. Seeing then the groups like us and other agencies in the space that have been very successful, hopefully then become case studies for others to see that there are other ways of doing things that just work better, perform better. I think that can hopefully lead to some of that foundational awareness over time.
So just more information, more awareness. I mean, do you find that as well, Sebastian? Do you think there should be more information out there, or an easier way to, if you're a startup now, you're 18, living 4 miles away from here, how would you find out about all this stuff?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. Yeah, I think definitely more awareness, more ownership hubs across the UK for kind of longer term. I think we only found out about it quite late. We were lucky enough to come in right at the end of that. But had we known about it sooner, I think we definitely would have jumped on board. And then kind of approaching kind of younger people to start co-ops, because I think again, I feel young people are siphoned off into the sense of making like the limited company and thinking that's the only model, and just having that information to think there's lots of different, being informed to make those choices, as you say, rather than always feeling like you're kind of being shoehorned into something without having the full spectrum.
And for you, Riley, I mean, you're an example of somebody did find this, aren't you? So the information is out there and you found that information. So would you be like, somebody waves a flag for this now to spread the information onto other people?
Yeah, and hopefully to more communities, because like for my minorities, they are having like more challenging time to really put themselves out there as well. And it's really great to have such an opportunity to bring talents together, especially for creatives. Sometimes we can be open to ideas, but a bit like, I don't know, just not that clear about business, how to like really get the infrastructure of that. So like given this structure, we can really bring the creative ideas to life.
So Richard, I mean, it's, finally, I mean, it is a great idea and it's a great way of running business in people's lives, but the business model is interesting as well. I mean, as I think Steve is hinting at this, but the idea, this is a strong business model and it's not airy-fairy and being nice to people. This actually makes money as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, look, businesses need to make money. They've got to pay their staff and they should be paying them well. So this shouldn't be just sort of, a cosy way of doing stuff. But it is also, look, two things. Firstly, something you haven't touched on enough today is about the importance of the well-being of employees or parts of a business, and that matters a lot to people. If you look at, being part of something, that the well-being, that the satisfaction you get from this is really, really important. And the businesses that I've met who use this model or various forms of it have really highly motivated people working there. They feel part of something very important. There's a really collective way of thinking. They go the extra mile when they need to. They know what's at stake. So that's really, really important. But no one running any of these businesses here or the ones I've met are doing that without a real sense of rigor about what they do. Yep, very clear objectives, sense of purpose, very clear missions. But the real strength is the way they go about their business, I think, and that comes through in terms of sort of the values that they had, and values are everything. And if you've got the right values, the right business model, working with your own people in the right way, yep, you can be very, very successful. And also important, the benefits of that success are shared, yep, amongst those people contributing to it as widely as possible.
And as a regional mayor, do you see this as a very good thing for the region, you know, and in what kind of ways does it make the region better as well?
Look, I want every part of this region to succeed. I want to ensure that prosperity and opportunity benefit and are embedded in every bit of this region. This is one of those models that allows us to do that, by the way, because it can reach anywhere. Yeah, and that's really, 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 really important. And some of the other business hubs I visited around the region, the way they bring people together, the way they collaborate is really, really important. And I'll go back to something which I never thought would, but now it does. Quite rightly, it's taking up a lot of my time. It's building on something which was said earlier. The issue of our people working together, a community cohesion, about all of our communities feeling valued and respected. And that needs to happen within the business environment. It needs to happen in our communities. It needs to happen in every place. So the models we've talked about, the values that underpin them about inclusiveness, about shared responsibility, mutual respect, about, you know, behaviours are really important, supporting a really strong set of values about doing the right thing and doing it the right way are absolute fabric to this. So beyond the business model, beyond the way that co-workers might work together, there is something about what we're discussing today that has an even greater relevance and resonance, I think, in this city, in this region today, and probably the country than perhaps it has done for many decades.
Creates communities as well as businesses. Yeah. So is any questions from the floor at all? Who's got the mic? Oh, the mic's coming. There, in the middle. Yeah.
Well, first of all, thanks very much. It's great to see. I feel like as a panel, you're representing all different levels of cooperative, which is fantastic to see. I suppose I don't really. It's been a problem I feel like we always grapple with in the co-op, but it feels like the best way, the way a lot of you have apparently found out about co-ops is through word of mouth. And I just wonder, you know, when we got 41 MPs, Labour and Cooperative Party representatives, 11 mayors, including yourself, Richard, how can we use that to get the message out more widely about cooperative? I know there are 1 billion people worldwide, but perhaps not all of them are aware they're part of cooperative. It's an old question, I know.
I'll come back to some of the others people's on the panel views are in some ways more important to mine, but from a political perspective, a key part of my role has to be about advocacy and promotion. And I would say to anyone in this room working regionally, and I met some owners of cooperative businesses in Sturchley just before we came in here today to sit on this panel. I'm here to support you. I want to be an advocate for you, and I've done it already. I want to visit places, whether it's high streets or businesses that are using and supporting this model. And I would encourage all of you to reach out to me, to invite me to visit and promote what you're doing. And that is something I can do and want to do and will do. More practically, if you like, on the ground, I'll be asking the officers that work for me to look at ways in which we can support the sector more in a constructive way. And too often, the stuff that arrives on my desk, maybe it's a future of politics is dealing with stuff that is about to fall over and fail and needs needs saving or supporting. But I do think there's a responsibility for me to be an advocate for the sector. I'll continue to do that. That's why I'm here today. But I do want to make sure that I can do that as powerfully as possible. And one of the great ways of doing that is visits, by the way, and using social media to do that. But also, we need to do more work tangibly within the combined authority to make sure this model of working has more advocacy on the ground. And I'll come back to some of my key themes of my approach is that it's increasing relevance and resonance across our communities if we're going to deal with some of the big challenges we face around division, about the loss of cohesion, and mutual respect and trust between some of our most vulnerable and most challenged places.
Mm. Yeah, about just getting the message. How do we get the message out?
Yeah, I think word of mouth is kind of a way that we found out, but I think it is a big advantage. I mean, one of the happiest moments I had with my team was hearing that they'd gone out to meet a friend from a different agency who was asking what it was like to work at a cooperative. And when that other person found out, like, oh, you get to have access to the board and you can be elected, to have representation and different things. And hang on, you sat down, you voted together, and now you have a 9-day fortnight. All the things that they weren't able to do in their context because of that kind of myth that somehow top-down control is more efficient and better. All of that got kind of myth busted directly from an employee to another employee. And I think that was really powerful. And that person now is, our team sometimes being spoiled now that they're a co-op, and they wouldn't want to work in a different space, having experienced how good it can be. So I think we're enjoying that competitive advantage, and I'm happy to have it. And I think the more that kind of permeates, I think if it is word of mouth, that could be incredibly effective as a way of distributing it. And it's a great way of increasing retention and different things too. So I'm not necessarily anti-word of mouth, but it would be nice if the FCA register company numbers were on the company's house register too. Some things that would be nice to help. But yeah, word of mouth is pretty good.
Okay, anything?
I'm thinking a lot about kind of education, the education system. Is there a way the co-ops can integrate itself into the curriculum? Even higher education, I mean, had I known as a student that it had existed, that would have been at least sown the seeds to me thinking about starting this sooner. I think going through kind of like university, all of this was never discussed. It was very much like you're here to do your course and you're pushed out into the world and you're there to fend for yourself and learn all of this. But I think had the co-ops come along and done some seminars or talked about it, that might have been, I think at that stage people would be more interested, I think, and absorbed more about what the cooperative ethos is to start their own.
Maybe online resources, because sometimes at first we would just look for the key information online, and then once we found some information and we really want to get to know more, then we would go to people. So that would be a nice starting point.
Okay, yeah, more places to go to get information. Yeah. So I think we've got time for. We haven't got any time. We've run out of time, like the whole planet. So, well, thanks for coming down to check this panel out. Round of applause, please, to the panel. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, just to say thank you again to John, Richard, Riley, Sebas and Steve. It was an excellent presentation, and if there's ever going to be a mashup with Co-ops and Peaky Blinders, I'm always here for that. So in terms of, we have a very special moment now, so we've chosen Congress to do that. We're celebrating the first graduates of the Executive Masterclass programme. This programme has supported senior leaders within co-ops to develop their understanding as co-op leaders, how you apply the values and principles and the different models. And so today is all about recognising that achievement, and then also looking forward to the next cohort. So in terms of just quickly why we did this, we had conversations with the CEOs of our retail societies a couple of years ago now, and we looked at the importance of induction programs and how we can make sure that we can take advantage of the opportunities that we have in the movement. So target to double the size of the co-op economy, International Year of Co-ops, and how we can really talk about the co-op difference within our own co-ops, but also when we're out talking to others, but also acknowledging the difficult trading conditions and economic challenges that we need to cooperate. And I would say added on to that now also the question around cooperative education in the UK as a whole, and looking at what we actually need as a sector. So in terms of the actual sessions that the masterclasses covered, there was a range of topics, a range of methods of delivery. It was specifically for this first pilot for the senior leaders or potential senior leaders within our retail society cooperatives. We had a sold-out first cohort, so we had 11 people, and then 2 people who pick and mix a couple of the sessions. So they were designed to provide a grounding in cooperation, so everyone could then take back the values and principles to influence their work, their decision making, and how you actually apply the values and principles. We had some special guest speakers. So the first one there, I am going to talk about that one because it was mine, but the feeling is mutual. That was very much about providing that grounding to the masterclass attendees around what a co-op is, what a mutual is, what the values and principles are, and also sharing information about the wider movement. So it's not just about retail co-ops, it was sharing that information about all the different types of co-ops that we've got in the UK. Through to sessions like Every Cooperative Tells a Story, that was a in-person session as part of the retail conference, very much around how you can tell the stories of your cooperative, and then hopefully also how they could go back to their boards and their colleagues and tell the stories about the masterclasses. One of the guest speakers was Dame Pauline Green, so she had a in conversation with our CEO Rose Marley. Pauline was a huge inspiration to me when I first joined the movement, and so I think enabling the masterclass attendees to have that conversation with Pauline and with Rose, it was kind of a big powerhouse kind of team and moment for the masterclass attendees. So I'm just going to show a short extract of the conversation that Rose had with Pauline.
And that was done by this movement. And that was one of the first things that I did that actually made me realise that by collaborating, firstly at home and then abroad, using the strength of your UK home collaboration, we could actually win things. And this was a Thatcher government, and I was a Labour co-op MEP. I got elected to the European Parliament, and I was an MEP. And then I had the great joy of when the Food Hygiene Directive came to the Parliament, I became the rapporteur. I took it through the European Parliament. All the changes that were made to it, the amendments, were my amendments after working with the industry. And all my legislation came into force in the UK, in Margaret Thatcher's government. And I was actually Margaret Thatcher's MEP in Finchley. It was a wonderful, ironic moment, and I made the best of it. But it just shows what can be done when this movement works together, with right and consumer protection at its heart. And I think that's quite an important tale, because it does demonstrate how I learnt some of the skills that later went on when I became President of the International Cooperative Alliance and Chief Executive of Co-ops UK.
Thank you. So second cohort is incoming, so if people are interested in joining, we're collecting feedback currently, we're redesigning the programme based on that feedback. We'll be widening the potential audience as well. So as I say, the first one was for our retail cooperative society members, so we will be widening that out when we go out in July, and you can just drop me an email if you're interested in being part of that, or any colleagues. So I'm going to ask each of our masterclass cohort to come up onto the stage. I'm going to invite our chair, Cheryl Barrett, to come up. And then we're going to have a short question and answer so you can find out a little bit more about the programme. So we've got 6 of our masterclass attendees here today. So first of all, I'll bring up Craig Strachan, Chief Financial Officer from ScotMid. Please run the right order. And then we have Sam Winter, Chief Retail Officer, East of England Co-op. And we've got Kevin Kelly from Channel Islands Co-operatives, Society Secretary. And Michelle Kem, Chief People Officer for was Mid-Counties, now our co-op. And Stacey Taylor, Deputy CEO from Tamworth Co-op. And Ornella Rikichi, board member from our co-op. And thank you, Cheryl. And just to say, we also had Sharon McSorley, People and Performance Business Partner from Scott Mid, who couldn't be here today, Karen Bennett, Chief People Officer from Lincolnshire Co-op, and from Co-op Group, Vicky Queck, Gary Williams, and Alex Crate. So congratulations to you all. And we're going to hear just a short amount from Scott Mid. Craig, do you want to come up?
I'm Craig Strachan, CFO at Scotmid Co-op, and I was really pleased to be invited to join the Masterclass programme and found it very valuable from learning, co-op understanding and general networking. Emma's asked me just to speak for a couple of minutes about the experience and what we've used and how we've used what we learned in the programme, both personally and within Scotmid. I tried to distill this into 3 ways that I have tried to practically apply some of these learnings within our society. So I'll start with day 1, as Emma mentioned, back in September last year when we met in Manchester for the first time. These sessions really hit home on the better methods that cooperatives can do business. As we worked through the society strategy, many of these learnings in communication, collaboration and breaking down internal silos have been critical in language that we've used in writing our wider Scotmid strategy. This is particularly insightful for me coming from a non-co-op background. We also covered co-ops and technology, which has been at the forefront of my thinking as part of my remit looks after our technology and IT function. We've recently recruited a new head of technology, and ways that we use our cooperative model for the better has been front and centre in the ways that we've been designing our IT strategy and the platforms that we use, the data ownership, AI and beyond, which may and possibly should lead to more Principle 6 in action going forward. We were also fortunate enough to hear from Professor Melissa Taras on technology and cooperation and her amazing journey with Transcribus. Melissa and I have actually met since the Co-op Masterclass, and we've been speaking about ways that we can work together going forward, showing the power of the network of the Masterclass programme as well. And the final comment I'd make is on the Masterclass we had as part of the Co-ops UK Retail Conference in Glasgow, where we heard from Steve Rawlings on better ways to tell our cooperative story. This has helped informing some additional thinking on how we can better market what we do and what a fantastic movement that we have, but we sometimes struggle to articulate that or shout about how good the co-op movement can be. Practically, I also took back some learnings on our website and how we as Scotmid can better tell our story, so our website has been updated and improved as a result of the Masterclass. So that's been a very quick whirlwind tour of some of the learnings that I've taken and impact and change that that's made in my journey in Scotmid. And overall, it's been a very valuable, full of lessons, and I'm sure that we'll just be at the start of applying some of the learnings over the last 9 months. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to come to Nella, if that's okay, first. What do you think was one of the main takeaways that you took away from the masterclasses to take back to our co-op?
So one of the main takeaways, I think I was particularly touched by the session we had about storytelling, because I think it is a very effective way to communicate maybe a foreign concept. And I feel like in my everyday conversations, I'm able to articulate what I do with the co-op movement. And when people can relate to my stories, they're more interested in what I do and they want to ask questions and they want to get involved themselves. So I realized that I gained a lot of confidence from this program, and I'm very grateful for that. Thank you.
Stacey, what did you take away from the program?
So for me, I didn't come from a cooperative background, so I've only been part of the cooperative background for the last 2 years. Pretty much worked in private equity and lots of businesses that operate very differently to a cooperative. And I think it was just that things are different. We can do things differently. We can be commercial, but also follow our values, and people do matter. So trying to balance that up was a real take for me out of this.
And have you been able to apply that in your role at Tamworth?
Yeah, so I mean, it's sort of the people aspect and our people mattering have absolutely been crucial. And just when we're making decisions about operating models and certain services, not fundamentally thinking of it as a profit making situation, but by delivering a service, you actually enhance your commercial value anyway, because you create that loyalty within all of your members. So one particular area may not be profitable, but the whole does.
Great. And Michelle, can I just ask you, is there any particular masterclass or presenter that really influenced you, or that you've really been able to take something away from what you heard?
Yeah, I think I also found the storytelling one particularly good, because it makes you really think about how you communicate to your colleagues, to the society, to your members. So that really helps, because I think you kind of learn your own style of communication, and sometimes it's good to take a bit of a step back from that. I know that there was one particular line that came out of that, and he had a diagram, which obviously you'll have to imagine, but he was saying how you can fall into a hole, but you can't fall out of a hole. So you need to help people think about how, if they're going through change or they're on that change curve, how they can actually help themselves come back out of that. And that really stuck with me. I mean, it was all amazing, the whole kind of suite of programs, but there were a couple of kind of nuggets that I've really been able to use.
Yeah. Kevin, is there anything that you particularly took away from the program?
Well, I'm relatively new to the co-op world as well, and I don't think I understood the extent, the global reach of the co-ops. And for me, co-ops were primarily just retail co-ops, so it was really interesting to learn about, well, all the work that's been done around the world for co-ops. And one of the things that sticks out for me that I'm going to take to our co-op for next year is to report against the principals, which is something that apparently has not been done a lot, but something that I want to do. And then the other thing is I've gotten so much value from this that I'm going to recommend it to our board, to our executive team, and also to our heads of. I think more people should do this to understand the co-op.
Great, thank you. I think, is there anything else that anyone has actually taken away and used within their co-op? Obviously, you've given some great examples already, because it was designed to be quite a practical program, different maybe from some of the more academic leadership programs already out there. So yeah, is there, Sam, I don't know, is there anything that you've taken back to East of England that's been maybe acted upon or that you've acted on?
I think all of the masterclasses had nuggets. So I've been in the movement a minute or two, and just reconnecting actually, and bringing to life. I think the storytelling was really, really powerful. I think that it was great to be able to kind of remind yourself how important it is to keep narrating the story. It's really easy to be so caught up in what you're doing every day that you forget to talk about it, and to keep those connections alive. The triple bottom line, really, really powerful for me, and some of the work that we're doing already was really brought to life through that final masterclass that we did. But I think all of it, Emma, for me.
Great. And what would you say to someone that might be considering signing up as part of the second cohort?
Just do it. It's really, really simple. It was so easy. It was so accessible as well. The fact that we could join online, we're from all across the UK, aren't we? So just do it, but do it with curiosity. Come prepared to challenge your own thinking a little bit. So I've been in the movement a long time, and I'd kind of I don't think I'd forgotten, but I think things had just become natural and a way of being. So be prepared to challenge your own thinking, and use it as a force to bring some good, because it absolutely does do that. Connects you back to your communities. It helps you be stronger, and it helps you to create that meaningful work that's really important to keep our communities. So just do it. Really simple.
Craig, same question to you.
Yeah, very similar to what Sam has just said there. I think absolutely throw yourself into it, and the opportunities to actually be together in person I thought were really valuable as well. I think it was great to have the option to do it hybrid, and for us coming down from Scotland it was difficult to get to Manchester or wherever else at points, but when the opportunity does arise to be there in person and meet your peers and grow a bit of a network, I think that was really invaluable for me.
Excellent. Is there anything else that anyone wants to say before, well, we can open it up to the floor if anyone has any questions, but is there anything else that anyone wants to say? Okay.
Just want to say thank you for putting it on and giving us the opportunity to do it and to learn more about the co-op and to meet all these wonderful people.
Yeah. Great, thank you. Does anyone have any questions? I can't see anything out there, to be fair. Because if not, we will move to the break a little bit quicker than what we were going to. So I just want to say thank you again and congratulations for completing the programme. So we'll give you a clap. So we have a quick break now, but if you can be back here promptly at 4 o'clock, and we'll be hearing from Rachel Blake, MP, Economics Secretary to the Treasury. So teas and coffees are back in there along with the exhibitors. So thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, okay, if you can take your seats, because I will shortly be welcoming the Economic Secretary to the Treasury to her very first Congress and to speak with us today, and that is Rachel Blake. Rachel is one of the ministers with explicit responsibility for cooperative and mutual growth. Her portfolio includes cooperatives, society law, credit unions, building societies and mutual insurers. But more importantly, Rachel is a Labour and Cooperative MP. So this really, yeah, let's hear it from Rachel. This is really important. She totally understands what we're trying to achieve. And earlier today we talked about the division and the hate that we find in the world. Well, who better than our ministers to help us find ways to cooperate together, work more effectively. So I'm actually over the moon to be welcoming the first Labour and Cooperative EST to Congress, the Right Honourable Rachel Blake.
Thank you so much for that very warm welcome. I'm absolutely delighted to be here with you. As you've heard, I'm a Labour and Cooperative Member of Parliament. I'm very proud to be a Labour and Cooperative Member of Parliament, and I'm very proud of the traditions that the co-op movement has brought into government and has brought into my party and the work that the government is doing. It's really good to be here in my first month as well as Economic Secretary to the Treasury. I was appointed 4 weeks ago yesterday, and when I saw that this was possibly on the cards, I was really, really happy to confirm that I would be here. I've had a chance to chat to a few of you just before I've arrived, and it's only renewed my enthusiasm and passion for the sector. It's so diverse in terms of what you are all doing and the sectors that you're working in, whether or not it's housing or banking, and just the number of groups that are bringing together different products as well demonstrates the strength of the sector. So I'm absolutely delighted to be here because the sector has such deep roots in the UK, and as we know, the sector is really grounded in communities, and in this day and age, in terms of the division that we are experiencing, I think the role of communities and the role of community businesses can't be underestimated. It's brilliant to be here as well in Birmingham, the birthplace of the global building society movement. In 1775, I understand, people met in the Golden Cross Inn and pooled their savings to help each other to own homes. This is an idea grounded in fairness and in mutual support. And nearly 70 years later, this same instinct is what brought the Rochdale pioneers together and shaped the mutual movement as we know it today. I think these clear roots provide a really strong foundation for innovation in the sector as well, and I know that that's something that you've been talking about in Congress, how the sector innovates and looks to the future. It's really clear to me what an important and distinctive role co-ops and mutuals play in our economy. The member-owned model does something different, and I think it's vital. The co-op and mutual sector spans every part of the economy: retail, housing, agriculture, energy, financial services, and more. Across the UK, there are more than 8,400 registered cooperative and community benefit societies, collectively holding around 223 billion in assets and 12 million memberships. I know this figure is higher when considering the wider democratic economy, with the latest cooperative and mutual economy report citing over 10,000 businesses, over 65 million memberships and 1.5 million employees. I think you should all give yourself a round of applause. And it's local organisations rooted in their communities to large-scale enterprises with national reach. Cooperatives demonstrate that business can succeed while staying true to values of fairness, participation and shared ownership. This sector supports consumers, strengthens resilience and ensures that economic success is shared more widely. That contribution is not just relevant today, it's increasingly important as we work to build a more inclusive and sustainable economy for the future. That is why this government has been clear. We want to see the cooperative and mutual sector grow and thrive. And my ambition is for the sector to double in size, ensuring we can unlock the full potential of the sector to support inclusive growth across the UK economy. This has been a priority from the beginning. The Chancellor set out her ambition at Mansion House in 2024, and since then we have been delivering a comprehensive multi-year programme of work which touches on the whole of the cooperative and mutual sector. We're making real progress. Last month, we introduced the Financial Services and Markets Bill, which includes important measures to expand and modernise the credit union common bond in Great Britain, widening access, supporting growth, and ensuring more people can benefit from affordable financial services. And through the Financial Inclusion Strategy, we are supporting initiatives such as the Credit Union Transformation Fund in England, helping credit unions to grow and better serve their members. Alongside this, we are progressing updates to the Building Societies Act, ensuring that the legislative framework keeps pace with the needs of modern mutual businesses. And we have commissioned the Law Commission to review cooperative, community benefit society and friendly society law, which will be key for considering future legislative reform. The Cooperative and Community Benefit Societies Act 2014 review is developing proposals to ensure the law is up to date, proportionate and reflects the needs of a modern and growing sector. Crucially, it has been shaped by consultation with the sector, ensuring any reform reflects your experience and your needs. I know you are eagerly awaiting these reports, as am I, which are expected to be published later this year, and after which the government will provide a full response to the recommendations. We also recognise that legislation is not enough. The regulatory framework must support rather than inhibit the unique strengths of cooperatives and mutuals. That is why we asked the regulators to take a closer look at the mutuals landscape. The PRA and FCA responded with detailed reports and clear actions, including removing outdated requirements for building societies, launching new support functions for mutual societies, and committing to further reviews of credit union regulation. And I am looking forward to engaging with the regulators to hear what their next steps are. This kind of collaborative approach is essential, because government cannot and should not drive this agenda alone. This is also why the Chancellor took that first opportunity in 2024 to welcome the Mutual and Cooperative Sector Business Council, led by Chair Kevin Parry, and from next month to be led by the Co-op Group Chair, Debbie White. The Council is helping to shape a shared agenda for growth, informed by your expertise and grounded in the realities of running cooperative businesses across the country. In just its first year, it has already proven its value, bringing the sector together with government in a way that is collaborative, practical, and focused on delivery. I very much look forward to working with the Council, continuing the work of my predecessor. As you know, the Chancellor announced in her most recent budget that the Department for Business and Trade would launch a call for evidence on cooperatives and non-financial mutuals. This closed earlier this year. The call for evidence is providing the evidence base to identify the different opportunities for growth, understand the current barriers to growth you face, and ensure that the right support is available to the sector. The response from across the cooperative movement has been incredibly valuable. I can assure you that this is not just a consultation, but a catalyst. Thank you for taking the time to contribute your experiences and ideas. The evidence is helping to shape how government can better support cooperatives, not just to exist, but to expand, to scale up, to innovate, and to compete in a modern economy. Taken together, this programme represents a clear and sustained commitment from government to support your growth, innovation, and long-term success. Because the impact of your work goes far beyond individual organisations. Cooperatives play a central role in building stronger communities. They support people to access essential goods and services, to participate in the economy, and to have a real stake in the enterprises that serve them. They promote resilience, not just within businesses, but across the wider economy. and they demonstrate that growth and fairness can go hand in hand. It's a core part of how we build an economy that works for everyone. And that's why today I'm pleased to announce that the government is going further. The government will be appointing a mutual and cooperative sector champion. This champion will act as an ambassador for the sector and will raise awareness of the mutual and cooperative difference. We're in the process of identifying the right person for this role, and we'll communicate this with you as soon as we can. This is another touch point. Thank you. This is another touch point with government and will help continue to ensure that efforts for growth are focused with the most effective and impactful way possible. So let me finish by just saying thank you. First, a thank you to Rose Marley, James Wright and the team at Co-operatives UK for organising this Congress and for your engagement with government that I was delighted to hear about the detail of earlier. And thank you to all of you for the work you do every day to support your members and communities. And please do pass on my thanks to everybody that works in your organisations as well. Thank you for the ideas, the challenge and the partnership that you bring to shared work. And thank you for the role you are playing to shape the future of this sector. Because when cooperatives succeed, communities are stronger, opportunity is wider, and our economy is more resilient. I look forward to continuing this work together, and I look forward to everything we will build together. Thank you.
So how exciting that we're going to actually have a co-op champion. We talked about it earlier. We don't tell our story well and effectively. And I do sit on the Mutuals Council. And one of the things that we've really struggled with actually was being tackled in one of the rooms upstairs when all our federals came together. And governments tend to work in government departments, so you've got the Treasurer in the Department for Business, but what this champion can do is sit across all of that. So how do we bring housing together with energy, with social care, with our consumer co-ops? So do believe the government's really listening, and delighted that they've brought that news today to put that champion in place, and they will be engaging with us about how they can be effective and how they can be measured. So really looking forward to see that drive forward. I know lots of you have been waiting for the moment that we really start to see the impact of the doubling the size in the manifesto. So I think this is going to be a big part of it. So we'll continue our conversations with Treasury about how cooperatives can help to deliver change our country needs and support the cooperative movement to deliver this work. Now, just before we finish up, we started today with Andrea talking about the heritage of the cooperative bank. And again, Rachel's just talked about the heritage here in the city of Birmingham. It's an important part of who we are, and it's an important part of how we forge our future. And no other sector has like the absolute gift that we have, which is the Cooperative Heritage Trust. Last year, if you remember, it was the UN Year of the Cooperative, and we had over 400 visitors come to Rochdale and Manchester. And I am on the International Cooperative Alliance, so when I go to different places around the world, you know, we really are revered in the UK for not just being the originals to kind of popularise the idea of cooperatives, but we're still innovating, we're still doing some really exciting things. And Liz McIver, who leads on the Heritage Trust, is always telling me our heritage is now as well capturing these moments, capturing the fact that we've got, you know, the most MPs in Parliament with cooperative heritage is something that we capture as we go along. But we need to capture it, and we need to make sure that that brilliant institution remains in place. So before I invite Liz and Russell to talk a little bit about the Cooperative Heritage Trust and what they need from you, we're just going to show a little bit of a video about what they do for all of us. I'd like to welcome to the stage now Liz McIver from Cooperative Heritage Trust and Russell Gill from the Co-op Group.
Thank you for that, Rose. That's a great introduction. Thanks everybody for your time at the end of the keynote today. As Rose said, my name's Liz McIver. I'm from the Co-op Heritage Trust. I'm the lead officer. But we're a tiny organisation and we're an independent charity. Now, this charity was set up nearly 20 years ago by our three founders, Co-op Group, Co-ops UK and the Cooperative College. In 2007, actually, was when we were formed. But the museum itself dates back to 1931. That was when it was open to the public for the first time. Captured, saved, if you like, for the movement on behalf of itself and its members to remind itself of where it had come from and how powerful in the 1930s it had become. What a sort of touch point or touchstone it was for people. The archive is in a separate geographical location. It's currently in central Manchester at Co-ops UK's building, Holyoke House. And it itself was also kept and saved and added to over the years by the movement to enable research, to enable understanding of how we got to where we got to. And as that sort of important facet, that important thing to go back to for study and to remind ourselves why co-ops are different. So we're an independent charity, but we were formed to bring those assets together and to protect them at a time of crisis for retail cooperatives in the UK in the early 2000s. A time where we thought those assets might be stripped and lost forever. They might disappear. We might not have them to rely on, to go back to. So we're a professional staff. We're a tiny staff. There's only actually 3 full-time members of staff across 2 sites. And the costs of maintaining that offer, and especially until this year, a free offer to the public, free at the point of use, if you like, is now no longer sustainable. The exponential costs of running a heritage building, of looking after materials in a proper way to make sure that they're still available to people in the future, and to pay staff, to support volunteers through paying their expenses as well, and to offset the costs of climate change on our building and on our assets is massive. And it's no longer able to be supported by the endowment that was put forward when we were formed. 3 million endowment from the cooperative group. That now is no longer able to sustain us. We're in a deficit. There's no way for us to trade out on our own of that deficit without help. And our corporate donations, if you like, are fractional compared to our rising costs of goods and services and the costs of maintaining an offer, even with changing business model, with tickets, with room hire, with selling merchandise, as much as we can do in our really small, tiny organisation. So we now need to look at something different. So it's a great positive thing. That video shows you what we can do, shows you the asset that we hold. But this is the negative part. This is the part that if we don't use it and we don't support it now, we will lose it and it will be gone forever. And not only will that not be able to be afforded, it's also the liability that we hold on looking after those assets. That's retained. So even if we close the museum, we close the archive, we mothball it, the costs don't stop. They continue to go up, and actually the liability also goes up, because as we're an independent charity, these assets cannot be sold. They can't be monetised. So somebody will have to hold the liability for this if we don't exist. And we have now to change that picture. And that's why we need the support of the whole movement. So it's the time to act before we wind up. Loss is more than money, as I said. Heritage is a tool. It is a strategic tool that organisations and businesses of all scales can use and can develop. The ICA is increasingly looking at its own heritage and its own archive because it recognises the value of heritage, and that in other countries where it has its membership. So we want to save this, not to fixate on the past, but to build towards the future and continue to educate and form our identity as cooperatives in a UK cooperative movement. We've got time for questions afterwards, but I know Russell Gill has got something to say to you as well, so thank you so much for listening.
Afternoon, everybody. So, Liz couldn't have put it any more clearly. There are consequences if we collectively take no action. Now, actually, as a movement, we've seen a number of cases recently where, sadly, on occasions, the changing shape of the movement has led to the demise of some institutions and organisations. But as Liz has made clear, this case is different. This isn't actually just about an institution. It's not about saving an institution. This is actually about the assets we are responsible for, the assets we cherish so much. Can we really conceive of a situation where we are boarding up Toad Lane and saying no to future visitors, or breaking up the collection? We need to find a solution. Now, as co-operators, we're stewards of the movement, ready to pass on all that is important to us to future generations, just as previous generations of co-operators have done the same for us. And there's no more vivid example of that than what exists in Rochdale. And we heard it really, really brought to life this morning by Tony. Couldn't have been more perfectly pitched for this session right now. And of course, it's not just about bricks and mortar. The National Cooperative Archive is arguably one of the most complete business archives that exists anywhere. It is a truly unique, not just for the cooperative movement, but for UK business more broadly. It's something that really brings to life who we are as an organisation, and something that other heritage brands, and there are ones out there, would actually kill for. This is something that we all value and we all must cherish. And as Liz made clear, our stewardship isn't actually just about for future generations. It's stewardship on behalf of the global movement. The global movement looks to Rochdale. We've got a responsibility. And if this is right, if we do have a responsibility, it cannot be right that collectively over multiple years we have chosen not to invest to support the preservation of our heritage, the very essence of who we are. Now, I believe we've got to act, and I believe that action has to take place in two stages. Firstly, we need to provide immediate support to the trustees of the Co-op Heritage Trust so that they do not have to initiate the process now to commence the winding up of the trust. And if we do not take action, that is what will happen. It will be the trustees' responsibility to do so. So to address this immediate need, the Co-op Group will provide a substantial six-figure cash injection designed to stem the reduction of what remains of the Trust's endowment. But I need to be really clear, this is not enough to prevent the Trust from declaring a loss this year and therefore eating further into its endowment. So the Co-op Group cannot act alone on this, and I believe nor should it act alone. I think it is on all of us. So my plea to other cooperatives in this room is to put your shoulder to the wheel as well and play your part proportionately this year in what needs to be done to contribute towards the salvation of the Co-op Heritage Trust and to stop things getting worse. But secondly, and much more significantly perhaps, in much the same way as the movement needs to perhaps address and think about how it wants to face into some of the other challenges about the changing shape of the movement, we must also collectively decide how we propose to meet the cost of maintaining and sustaining our heritage into the future. We cannot rely any longer on living on a donation that was made 20 years ago. A new funding model in which we all contribute must be part of our thinking going forward. So again, specifically, a clear message from Congress that you want the movement's leaders and institution and members to develop a sustainable solution would be a really powerful message to the Co-op Heritage Trust trustees to know that we are with them in trying to find a solution. So in short, a signal where we can say, as stewards of the Co-op Heritage today, we're going to find a solution that will ensure that everything that we have enjoyed is there for future generations as well. So thank you very much for listening, and I hope you're prepared to join with us to take action.
Right, okay, breakout room 3 after this session. There's a call to action there. Co-operative Heritage Trust looking for support for us all. We asked tough questions at Congress and we put challenges out there. We've asked lots of tough questions today. We talk about cooperatives providing solutions. These guys do need solutions from all of us. We've heard today, though, about people power. We've heard about trust, creativity, leadership, heritage, and now the role of government in further supporting cooperative growth. And this evening we'll continue with the International Supper later on, kindly sponsored by our co-op. And tomorrow we'll be joined by a new influx of people for Day 2 of Co-op Congress and the National Youth Summit. We would ask that for those of you who are leaving us today and not able to join us tomorrow, that you do give us feedback. We really listen to our feedback. The feedback you give us, by the way, goes into our KPIs that the board judges on. So we really appreciate your feedback and your honesty, and we do act and make changes based on that feedback. So we've actually got some free time now, apart from those of you that can join the Heritage Trust team. And hopefully you'll be joining us later to carry on the tradition started at the UN year to talk about our international trade opportunities. So we've got some really exciting speakers from the International Cooperative Alliance joining us. So we're going to be meeting, if those of you that were here last year and we did a parade from the drinks to our evening celebration, we did try to do it here in Birmingham, but down by the side of the canal, but literally Birmingham Council said we were a health and safety hazard and wouldn't let us. So we're going to start our drinks very sensibly outside in the foyer. So we're 6:45 for 7, and then we're on to the International Supper. So thank you so much for making Congress what it's been today, and look forward to seeing you later and tomorrow. Thank you so much.